I looked in the description. Are we having any magical items or anything like that?
No.
No. Okay, sweet. That works.
Neo items.
No,
No benefits.
New items.
Welcome to me doing a 5e with good people. Hello. We're going to be playing Dungeons and Dragons 5e. It's going to take place in the Domains of Dread, which also means Ravenloft. So spooky business. It will not hopefully be as raw dogging as last night's Rotten Odds game was.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, what?
But seeing that 4 of the 5 culprits of that crime against RPG are all here, I can't promise you anything.
Hey man, you put us in that space.
I don't even know what happened because I didn't have time to talk to you about that.
I'll draw you pictures later.
Oh, okay, sounds good.
Which will be outlawed in at least 10 states.
They're all
At
stat people,
least 10 states.
All right, Cassandra, who is Midnight Jury?
Midnight Jury is a Ravenfolk cleric.
So not a
Not a Kenku. It specifically is Ravenfolk.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
cool. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Who is Oros Wemble? Nathan?
He is a rock gnome artificer.
Oh, interesting.
Doubling up the artificers. All right.
Yeah.
And who is Ardmore Sawtooth?
Ardmore Sawtooth is a dwarven.
Where are you going? Where are you running?
I'm not playing in this.
Well, you can play with it.
Looking like a pirate, dude.
You can be a pirate in this game if you want.
You want to play?
Oh wow, you're wearing a piratey shirt in Ravenloft. Can you imagine?
Oh
Holy
no!
shit,
What?
one's
That would
done
never happen in this setting.
Everyone around here is dressed like Seinfeld in that one episode. And you're like, I don't belong here.
So good.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Wrong stream.
Ardmore Sawtooth.
Ardmore Sawtooth is a dwarven aberrant light sorcerer. He is a terrible person. That's why he's here.
Dwarven, right?
Yes, dwarven. He very much unbalanced the golem last time he was in a Domains of Dread game.
I have such a bad
Lord.
I've hit my struggle bus moment where I'm gonna have to push through here. And once I do it, I'll be fine. But yeah, I'm having a hard time remembering it as well.
Okay. So one thing I want you guys to think about here really quick and give me an answer if you have one. Otherwise, you can kind of tell me as we go along. What was the bad thing you did that has left you stranded in the Domains of Dread? What was the event that led you to walk through the mist, or for the mist to engulf you?
I mean, I don't know what Oros did. He's just, the protector of his village, trying to keep people safe. All those children kind of got in the way of that, and maybe they're not around no more.
Did you Anakin them?
Oh shit!
I mean, maybe.
How many? They were from your village?
And the surrounding villages. You don't want to. You don't want to know.
Well, I kind of need to know, Nate. I'm running the game.
I mean, it was at least a handful of.
What? Why? What was that? What was your logic? Like, what did they do to deserve to get put to the sword?
I mean, it wasn't entirely his fault because they shouldn't have been in that building when it kind of got demolished. But
so you demolished the building with them inside of it.
Yeah.
It was probably an orphanage, huh?
I mean, it was, but they were supposed to be somewhere else, and maybe someone didn't double check.
Out.
Okay. So you're a horrible person by a lack of oversight.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Goddamn government oversight.
He had a lot of stuff that day. Come on.
I had a full plate. All right. Whoever wants to go next.
Oh,
I guess.
Ardmore's well established. Oh, you can
go
go.
for it.
Ardmore, in lightly similar fashion, is a magnate, a mining magnate. And the thing about a mine is that after a while it stops producing at a rate that is exceptionally profitable. And when that happens, it's honestly just cheaper to collapse the mine, close it down, which he did regularly. Not so much for lack of oversight, but more to maximize profitability. He enjoyed when there were still some people inside, because mines rarely, they don't just collapse into a pile of rubble. There are still open spaces. There are still places for bodies to accumulate, and bodies can be processed into meat, and that is very, very lucrative.
This isn't
Actually,
the Star Wars game. Yeah, the Shondel's not around.
this is so. Yeah, he,
You've been that I forgot.
as he, has left, the mining industry, he's found himself embroiled in the cured meats industry. Luxury exotic cured meats. Who doesn't want it?
I know who this character is now. You said that.
Mm-hmm.
Got
Yep.
it. That makes
Mhm.
sense now. Okay.
I can't remember. This was our weekend game, right?
This was. He wasn't in the weekend game.
Well, no.
You were a different part of that.
His
family.
his grandson was in the weekend game.
Yeah. Okay.
I remember like him mentioning Ardmore, but I can't.
Ardmore was in the Golem game, the game where we got sewn into it being a flesh golem.
Oh God.
Yeah, that was a good time.
And consequently, he does have one effectively like brass arm. It doesn't work very well. Ardmore, yeah.
I could go for some Sausalito meats.
Sausalito, yeah.
Sausalito.
Oh man, that's a deep callback there.
Yeah.
Ryan, I like it.
Oz 10 or Midnight Dreary. What was your horrible event?
Oz, you can go because I didn't realize we were doing this, and I needed to think.
Yeah, Nathan, you're muted.
There we go. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Oz doesn't really know. He probably trusted the wrong person, trying to do good and suffering the consequences. He doesn't have a bad thought in his head.
So as Nathan, what happened?
As me, okay, let's see. Oh God, putting on the spot. He let's say there was a wizard that appealed to his good nature to retrieve an amulet that he said was going to bring goodwill and do all these things, and it made that wizard more powerful, and he's just kind of keeping people under his thumb. Probably killed a bunch of people that it was kind of Oz's fault by retrieving that amulet for him.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. For Midnight Dreary, she suspects she's here because while she was out doing her God's work, her family was murdered. And she's lost the faith, and now she suspects she's being...
So she's lost her faith?
Yes.
Okay. That's interesting. Does she know why
I'm just running with it.
Does she know why her family was killed?
No. So she suspects she's being shown why she should have faith.
Who's her deity?
I haven't picked one. Okay. I did not think I was going that deep into the lore. I don't even know what a Ravenfolk would do, to be honest.
It could be anybody. Does everyone know what world they're from? Just for my edification.
I didn't pick one.
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, you could just, if you're from one of the big ones, that's fine. If you're not, just like, hey, I'm just from a.
I honestly don't even know what my options are. So
we can say Oros is from
like the Forgotten Realms. Like, some of that like makes a big difference. Some of it doesn't. Like what's the one? Ravnica from Magic that kind of gets used a lot.
We'll say since Oz is Warforged and they're kind of right in there with Eberron, we'll just say Eberron for Oz.
I feel like Midnight Drury, because of her race, might be more of a Ravnica kind of.
Okay.
It's a little bit more out there with some of the things. I mean, she's a human-sized bird walking around, so it is kind of weird.
Okay.
Do you want me to find a god, by the way?
If you could, that'd be great, but you don't have to. Oros and Ardmore.
This incarnation of Ardmore is from Faerun.
Okay.
Oh crap! There's no gods in Ravnica. That might be a bad decision.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And we'll say Eberron.
For me or you?
Me.
No, I was gonna say.
I'm not picking your world.
I know. I was gonna be like, why are you giving me a suggestion? Unless you can make it work, Ben. It says clerics of the plane draw their power from the concept or idea of a domain such as Forge or Tempest rather than from a deity.
That works. That totally works.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Okay, so you all find yourselves. We'll go one by one. For Oz, you've returned to the area where you took employment like 8-10 months ago from a wizard named Ural. Ural the Yellow. And Ural convinced you. He tried to ply you first with coin. He tried to ply you with goods. And in the end, all he really needed to ply you with was this is good for the people.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing that you're all out on the edge of the remains of where the last war greatest atrocity struck, he convinced you to go into the Morn. I think it's called the Morn, where the bomb was dropped, and retrieve something for him. And you did so. And after seeing this kind of short-term gain, you moved on to other adventures. Well, you returned like about a year, like I said, 8 to 10 months later, and I'm trying to remember off the top of my head the Eberron factions. I think it's the Thrain. Sorry, I was like, hey, figure this thing out. And you guys figured it out. And then I was like, oh, crap.
Stop throwing extra shit at us then, apparently.
No, it's cool, man.
You got time. We got 4 hours.
Yeah. There we go. You came back and everyone was dead. And what you realized is this wizard, this Jarl the Yellow, was a Carnathi necromancer. And what you retrieved for him ended up being a power source for him to drain the life forces and raise these people as undead slaves. And setting up this village as a haven for the Blood of Val cult. You did your best to attempt to undermine this. And then one night, as you kind of prepared to make your move against Ural proper, you found yourself in a soft drizzle in a moor coming back up the hill, and the drizzle became a mist. And as you got within sight of Ural's rickety tower, and within sight of the remaining dead soldiers, or now undead soldiers, the mist became thick, and you walked into them. And before you was not Ural's tower, but a road. Drury, you were still trying to figure out what exactly happened to your family. They didn't really have enemies. They were just people. They worked in their different guilds. They lived in Ravnica, the city that knows no dusk, as it envelops the entirety of of its world. You weren't involved in any intrigue. What did you worship, by the way? It was like a concept. Do you know what your concept was?
Well, it said like the Forge or Tempest. I
Yeah.
don't know if there's another good example.
Well, seeing as you're kind of a sneakstery,
Yeah, it would be something more. I don't want to say.
how about
Well,
Locke?
no, because she's a cleric. She's a cleric,
Yeah,
but
you can be a cleric and still do things like that. How about locks?
that would work.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
So,
You're right. I do have sleight of hand. How did you remember this?
I remembered you told me about some lock picks that were really cool.
Oh, that's right.
So your kind of concept is kind of this idea of locks, of things beyond barriers that you can protect or that you can open. And you found yourself constantly pushing yourself to be able to open more and more things, to be able to push yourself further and further in that way. The problem you ran into is the Orzhov Syndicate, which is basically mafia style mixed with the Catholic Church that's run by the undead, primarily ghosts. And when you do jobs for them, when you are in debt to them, your service does not end upon your death. They raise you from they raise you as undead, and you continue to work for them until you've worked it off. You unlocked something, and you're not even sure how you did it or what it really was. It was just something that you had found while you were working with the Golgari Swarm, which are a syndicate that lives in like the underworlds of Ravnica, and they kind of are kind of in very much into the cyclicalness of life and death and decay. They're kind of like spore druid type things, and they found something, and they, as payment for some assistance you lent them, they gave you this, and it just troubled you for nights after nights after nights after nights, and you'd fiddle with it almost like a Rubik's cube. And eventually, one very early morning, as the sun started to shine bright over your portion of your home in Ravnica, you were able to open this box, and a soul was set free. And you didn't think much of it until you returned for your family dinner that you have once a week and found your entire family lifeless. No injuries upon their person, no bloody scene, no struggle, just your entire nest devoid of life. And from that moment on, you saw the lock as something that had changed you, something that had stole from you, something that had robbed you, and you were asked by your fellow worshipers to, not blaspheme, just but also try to come back into the glory of the tumblers inside the lock to find your way back to them. And you went to one of your favorite spots to pay homage, and find yourself so disgusted that you took your key from around your neck, put it in the lock, the ceremonial lock, and broke it off. And in doing so, you broke a sacred covenant with the rest of your friends, brethren. And as you walked the dark streets of Ravnica trying to figure out what your next part of your life would be, you could hear the soft cries of your mother asking for help. You sprinted around a corner into mist and stumbled out onto an open road where I'm not sure if you're large, Oz, but where a warforged stood, also confused. You'll be able to describe yourselves in a little bit. Oros.
Do I still have the box on me? Just out of curiosity.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Oros. There was a trial for your negligence. And you ensured that you spent every single coin you had to get the best representation possible. Because while there was an accident, that accident really can't be blamed on you. There were people below you that could have handled that, should have handled that. Sure, you're famous as an individual who was meticulous and who always found every flaw and fault in every single plan, design put before them. But that's also a curse, not just a gift. And you were acquitted in a jury of your peers. And while the more monetarily rich portion of Sniverblin society just looked at it as acceptable loss for the sake of what had to be done, and somewhat welcomed you back into their fold. The people, the everyday gnome, attributed a albatross of guilt around your neck. Their opinions didn't really matter to you, let's be honest. Opinions don't pay bills. Opinions don't find new things. Opinions don't innovate. Ideas innovate, and you innovate. Until you found yourself blacklisted by labor. No one would work for you. Most of the rank and file, everyday folk in your community would openly shun you. And your coin, it just started to dwindle. Without that coin, the more upper crust portion of your home began to turn its back on you as well. Until you found yourself alone. In your loneliness, your frustration, and your despair, you began to build. You hadn't dirtied and soiled your hands in so long that it took months to build back up the calluses of your youth. But you began to build what you felt like was your great redemption. And you built, and you built, and you built. 3 years you toiled away in private, a hermit to your society, away from everyone in the Underdark, building. until they found out. Until those blue-collar workers found out what you were doing. And your memorial to your mistake was seen as a blasphemous act. And they came, picks and torches in hand, to destroy what you had created with blood, sweat, and tears. Was it for those lost lives? Maybe. But more so, it was to remind people that you were a genius. And in your last moments of desperation, as they threatened to destroy what you had built, you pulled out the keystone brick. And your structure tumbled down upon them. The dust flying everywhere as Sniverblin screamed, yelled, and were escaping from the destruction that they had caused. While you pulled the brick, they had done this to you. You were left with no choice. Better that you take it down than they destroy it. In the dust, as it settled, it became thicker, it became moist, it became clingy. Your eyes burned from it as you stumbled through, looking for survivors, looking to explain why you had no choice again. And instead of finding the rough-hewn, decorated stone floor you had spent 6 months completing, you found a road and 2 others standing, staring at you. Ardmore, you've always been 2 steps ahead of everyone at all times. Whether it was the mining business and your ability to turn a profit repeatedly against loss and to reinvest that money into properties and other businesses, or into your more recent lucrative boutique meats. You've always been someone that has understood that success comes with cost. And you felt very strongly that if you were someone who was not intelligent enough to recognize that when they stood around you, they didn't just stand around greatness, they stood around a hunter. They stood before someone who, in an older time, would have led tribes and who would have done whatever it took to maintain their superiority in that tribe and to make sure their people were fed, whether it was wealth or meat that they were fed. And that would have continued. You'd set up a nice little brownstone and Baldur's Gate, and even had gone so far as to start to train some locals in processing after you'd already acquired the product. Even showed them a little bit of the special seasoning that you've used so often to make culinary delights. And that was until the watch commander, until she started poking her nose around. People disappearing, primarily the poor, primarily the desperate, primarily those who would not be missed. But everyone becomes missed at some point. And when her informants started to disappear, all those footprints, lost in time and dust and rain, pointed to your brownstone. And they came for you. And they came for you en masse. the city watch, and you are arrested. But that noise is killing me. But your wealth and connections did afford you the ability to not be chained and drugged through the streets. Instead, your arrest was quiet. Your disappearance from the local social scene covered as you traveling abroad in order to continue the outstretched tendrils of your ever-growing business empire. Your trial, quick, private. You didn't deny what you'd done. You'd fed those who needed to be fed. You'd met the need of the market. And at the same time, you'd cleaned up Baldur's Gate. You'd done what others would have done if they had but the courage of their convictions. How many times did you sit at a table with the wealthy and the elite of Baldur's Gate and talked about how difficult it was to get anything done because there were so many refugees, so many poor, so many people that, well, frankly, they were a drain on society. Well, what had you done? You turned that drain into an actual boon for society. Those people had given back everything they'd taken and more. That's nature. All you did was make sure nature met its course. In your, some would say, admission of guilt, you would say explanation of action. You were found guilty and sentenced to hang publicly. The night before your hanging, you asked for your final meal. Damn it, warrior. You asked for your final meal and laid out in very meticulous terms what you wished for. And as your guard so lazily brought your food in, they really didn't pay attention to the utensils they gave you. And if there's one thing you've always been very talented with, it's a knife. Whether it be a butcher's knife, whether it be a bread knife, whether it be a simple hunting knife. And this guard, well, he was holding you back. And we know what happens to people who hold you back, Ardmore Sawtooth. As you escaped your bonds, as you fled from the place that held you and was to be your last residence before your hanging, the alarm bell was sounded, and you knew this might be it. The watch was upon you again, hunting you through the streets during the midnight hours. You saw a friendly face in the low-hanging fog beckoning you through an alleyway. And you ran as that firelight, that torchlight dimmed behind that fog that quickly became a mist. Light upon your face as you stumbled blindly into the darkness and could hear the sound of the watch getting further and further away. And you stumbled directly upon the road, where 3 other individuals stood, also dumbfounded and confused about where they stood. All right, you guys can introduce yourselves. Sorry. Not sorry.
It's a hell of an
Good.
introduction.
I wasn't listening. Can we do that again?
You'll have to listen back to the stream.
Okay.
To go back.
Get him out of here.
Because I couldn't repeat that if I wanted to.
Once it's out, it's gone.
Yeah. If you could probably watch those wheels turning as I was talking, because that's
Mhm.
I can never ever go back.
Anybody else know where we are?
I'm sorry. Are all of you or any of you associated with Ural? I have words for him and perhaps a thing or two more.
Have I heard of Ural?
That's what I was going to ask.
You're from Eberron, Oros.
Yeah.
You know what? Roll me a history check.
Nope, that's a 10.
No.
Never heard of him.
Yeah.
I'm assuming I'm a no as well.
You would definitely be a no. You're not even from the same world. I mean,
How
it's not.
did I get here?
That's the million gold question.
I don't even know how I got here.
I'm guessing we're all in the same boat then. Beardy, you know anything about this? I'm assuming Ardmore has a beard as a dwarf.
He doesn't.
Shockingly, no. That's why he was exiled. Before
No.
death, they shave your fully shave your beard.
Oh no!
No, I wouldn't have worn these shoes on this road. Honestly.
Oh, by the way, as we're sitting here talking, out of the mist behind me, you guys hear a little clink, 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 and what appears to be in our world a like a Boston Dynamics like robot dog comes up behind me and has on its face my face.
That's not creepy at all.
What are you talking about?
I've seen a lot of things. That's new.
It's the
It's-
same face thing. It's weird.
It's with me. There's no need to be concerned.
Sure.
Can you see from that face?
I see from my face.
But not his face.
It sees from its face.
Okay.
Well,
Everyone can make me a perception check at disadvantage.
At
Disadvantage.
disadvantage. Okay.
Disadvantage.
Well, that's a 6. I don't know if
I
I'm
rolled
gonna
a
get much
15
worse.
and a 16. That's not bad. That's 19.
11.
6.
13.
19, did you say, Oz?
19.
You hear, as you kind of scan around as you're speaking, you can see that there's patches of heavy scrub brush up to the size of, like, human-sized shrubbery. And from one of those areas, you hear the distinct sound of footsteps crunching through dry twigs.
Okay. I hear it and I assume a defensive stance. I have my shield out and I have a spear and I say, protect it. And so I have a little steel defender. I'm a battlesmith artificer, and it goes in front of you guys and kind of puts itself between me and you and whatever is over there. And I just shout out, whatever is in the vicinity, we know you are there, and you need to make yourself known now.
An arrow comes whizzing out and lands right in front of you.
So as he's saying that, I'm going to kind of fiddle with my armor and engage the arcane armor. So now my half plate is kind of fully covering me.
Are we completely in the open?
Yes.
Nothing, no buildings, no.
You're on the middle of a road. Mist behind you, heavy and thick. Just give us your goods. It's all we want. We don't want your lives, just your goods.
No.
We're not talking to you. We're talking to them.
You did just address me
We're talking to the breathers.
You're still
Give
talking
us your
to me.
give us your food.
Do we have anything on us?
You have whatever you have on your sheet.
Okay.
So if you've got like
Food.
rations or whatever.
Yeah.
Sure. He tosses Ardmore. Sure, you can have all that's mine is yours, and he pulls from his pocket this like a third of a like half baked potato or whatever the shit they gave him in prison, and like throws it.
Well, you got your last meal, but I'm assuming you would have taken it with you.
Oh, he ate the last meal that he pulled.
He like killed the guard, ate the meal, left.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Absolutely. But there's like from days prior or whatever, he'll just chuck it at the bush where it sounds like this voice is coming from. There it is. Enjoy. Don't eat it all at once.
Oros, Midnight Dreary.
That's all you're getting. I don't know why all my people are like New York-ish.
Get out of
this
here.
weekend.
Yeah.
You gonna throw in on this? I don't think so.
Yay.
Go fuck yourself.
I got some gabagoo.
Slightly less than that.
Look at this guy.
Hey.
Midnight Dreary, an arrow lands in front of you.
I'm sure I have some rations. I will pull a couple out and toss them.
A
It's not that
pair
hard.
of individuals kind of come from different angles with their bows drawn, and a smaller individual, which you realize is a child, comes scampering out with a knife in their hand and starts to scoop up all the food. Make me a investigation check.
I killed it. No, I'm just kidding.
At normal?
I loot that. I play my loot when I loot that dead kid's body.
12.
Loot that motherfucker.
23.
Natural 20.
Oh!
Woo.
All right. With a 23, these people are dressed in absolute tatters. They're wearing part clothing that looks like it is years old and is basically ready to disintegrate, mixed with very poorly prepared furs and leathers. With a natural 20, you get a good look at the fact that their clothing is barely hanging on them. They all look absolutely starved. You get a good look at the child when he comes up, and his cheeks are sunken so far in you can see you can almost see lines in the bones on their face. And the child looks more feral than person.
They look surprisingly worse than my character does after being a hermit for 3 years.
Well, I always figured, and correct me if I'm wrong with Oros, is while Oros was a hermit, Oros also was meticulous. So the workshop, meticulous. The dress, meticulous. Everything very ordered. Everything had a place. Everything had a purpose. So I kind of assumed, he basically had like, a leather work apron. His tools were always kept completely up to date. Because what is a great creator if he doesn't have great tools?
That's fair.
Oz sees them and feels sympathy now and just says, had you asked and not threatened, I would have been more inclined to ask on your behalf.
We're not talking to you. You're not a breather. You're not one of us.
You're still talking to me.
Make perception checks, everyone.
13.
Worse.
Yeah, I got 7.
16.
10.
16. Armor, you start to feel like an odd vibration, like through the ground into your feet. It's this subtle at first, and it's this
Feel
ba-boom,
it, feel it.
ba-boom, ba-boom, boom, but it's definitely getting stronger. And it feels like it's coming out of the mist behind you.
Something is Ardmore. So something's coming.
And the child like crouches down in absolute horror and says, "He's found us! He's found us!" And just like falls down in the fetal position, covering themselves. And
Ardmore.
one of the bowmen puts their bow down, drops it, and just runs. And the woman holding the bow, she's, "Can't you hear it? Can't you hear him?" And that's when you all start to hear
What is it?
hooves. And they are the loudest hooves you've ever heard. And the sound doesn't so much hit your ears as the vibration comes through the ground into you. And in the mist, you see the ignition of a blade. And it's the only thing you see is a flaming sword before the mists begin to part.
Oh dear.
And a humanoid form sits upon a jet black steed, its hooves now alight, and it lacks a head. And it rears back, it neighs, short burst of flames coming out of its jet black nostrils, smoke following that, and the steed bears down on you and begins to race through the parted mist at where you stand.
Well, goodbye. And Ardmore is going to fully like get off of the road and like just through the. So it's like you said there's like bushes on the side.
Yeah, there's some like 5 foot to 6 foot tall scrubby brush.
Mhm. Yeah, he's gonna fully like Homer Simpson back into the bushes and just like to the best of his ability disappear.
You can make the stealth check.
Oros will move in the opposite direction.
I was going to say the exact same thing, but I grabbed the child and move in the opposite
Yeah, I was gonna say,
direction.
did they bolt or are they just like frozen in fear type of thing?
The child is frozen in fear. The female is kind of trying to stand their ground, but they are like shaking so badly they can't really even hold their bow. Like they're shaking from the flow up.
Can I?
Abject terror.
Okay.
Let's
I would like to
see.
grab the child and the woman's hand and move to the side, if possible.
Make me a strength check. I'll let you use athletics.
Oh, hey, I rolled a 16. So that's an
You-
18.
You scoop the child without a problem. You go to grab her and you realize it's going to be her or the kid, because grabbing her is going to be a much larger issue.
Okay. I was hoping I'd inspire her by grabbing the kid she'd
No.
come with. Okay. Well, it's
One
a
thing
kid.
you notice being that close to both of them, there's no familiar.
Oh, okay.
These appear to be people who are banded together simply by need.
Okay. Then it's the kid over the woman.
Right.
I see what Midnight's doing, and Oz and it are gonna try to get the woman and follow as well.
All right. Make me a athletics or acrobatics check, please.
Okay. That's a nat 1. I can't move shit apparently.
You start to move and go, you and it, and it's just like unfamiliar ground. It's dark, and you hit a spot that's like a potholy rut in the ground, and it kind of gives you pause, and you have to kind of readjust yourself to stay on your feet. And at this point, the horseman is upon you. Oros, what are you doing? You said you were hiding.
Yeah, I was going the opposite way of Ardmore.
What were you doing? You're just taking off and running.
Was there bushes on both sides?
Yes.
Of the,
Yes.
Yeah. So not so much
Like
running.
10 feet off the road. There's kind of it looks like this road is basically a well-worn pathway more than anything else. So it's a little wider in spots because of traffic going both ways. But
yeah, just moving at a quickened pace. So I'm assuming I'm also going to need the stealth.
yes, please.
All right, I got an 11.
You stumble over like a fallen log, like a rotting log, and behind there is the human man who ran, and he's like, "Get away from me! Get away from me!" And he stands up. So, Oz, as the horseman bears down on you, and you're standing about 10 feet away from the woman, the horseman veers almost like it's going to hit you, and just on the tightest turn you've ever seen a horse make, just whizzes right by you towards the human who's now standing up in the direction Oros was screaming. Oros went to the human who's screaming, and before you can even fully process what's happening, the human has no head. Oros, you sit there looking up as the body collapses on top of you. No blood coming out of the stump because it's been seared by a flaming sword. Instead, the smell of cooked meat and death. Yeah, Ardmore. Oros, you need to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, great. Yep. That's just going to be the roll because I have a +0. Yeah, it's going to be how things go. 5.
You're terrified. You need to get as far away from this fucking thing as humanly possible.
Oh,
Or as gnomely possible. Oz, this thing now wheels a turn and again is bearing down towards you and the woman that you're standing, like I said, about 10 feet away from.
Okay. I mean, my inclination is to, try to protect her and move her again. Fuck it. I'm just gonna chuck my spear at the fucking horseman.
Okay. Make me that sweet attack roll. He's definitely within range.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. What is my plus on this? 22.
Your spear goes flying through the air. Give me a damage roll, please.
Okay. 10.
Your spear goes right through to the point where you can see it out of the back end, and it knocks the horseman off the horse. Like, you quick draw this spear and you just chuck it with all your might. The steed doesn't rear up at all. It just stops. And the horseman falls backwards and hits the road hard. Spear all the way through it into the ground.
I'm going to have it follow up and run up to it and do its force rend right in its fucking chest.
Okay.
Let's see.
Is it a construct or is it an actual being?
He's a construct. And he basically goes on my bonus action to move or do different things, so he can run up and like essentially do an additional attack.
Okay.
It's in the book. It's a steel defender for his stats and things like that. Okay, cool. All right. If you do, I get advantage since he's on his ass?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Well, fuck, that doesn't help me. All right, that's a 10. So I rolled a 5 and a 6. Go me.
So it comes just rearing up, opens its mouth, and its steel jaws go to chomp into the chest of the horseman, and all it gets is the spear. Because there's no horseman on the ground. And instead the horseman is back upon its steed. It just reforms out of the nothingness that's there. Its sword, it like snaps its wrist, and its sword elongates into what looks like a whip, and it remains on fire, and it makes its attacks on it. Let me see here. Yeah. I have to. It's just 2. Okay. Does a well, if a 20 hits, then I'll know the other one hits.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
My favorite is when Ben knows it hits, but he just wants to give us the benefit of the doubt just in case.
That's 17 bludgeoning, and then another 8 cold, and 3 necromantic.
Lord. Yeah, it's down.
So it just smashes through it. The whip leaves, like when it hits, you think it's going to burn like that red flame, and the flame goes blue, bright blue. And it severs one of the legs off of it, which you're able to repair, but it's heavily damaged. And it almost kind of canters around in a circle before, again, just beelining for the woman. Ardmore, Midnight, what are you doing? I know Midnight, you grabbed the child.
Yeah.
Ardmore, you just flat out going, nope.
Do I?
He has left a minor illusion of himself in like halfway into the bushes, and is fully like running the opposite. Like he is no.
Okay, perfect.
No. I'm not doing this.
Midnight, what are you doing?
Do I suspect with what I've been through if my turn undead would work?
You could try it. You can make me a religion check.
Okay. 16.
You look at this thing and it reads undead, but there's something about all of this that feels so wrong. So you're not sure it would work. And I'm not like trying to say your roll was bad. Your roll was good.
No, I know the roll
I'm
was
saying,
good,
like,
but it's
this does not feel like anything you're
so that
kind
would
of.
that would probably be a problem for like Sacred Flame then too, huh?
I think you feel like it may be more of a problem if you were trying to turn that thing.
Okay. I think what I want to do first is use my Invoke Duplicity.
Okay.
And put an image of me not out in front of him, like on the side of the road, so like it's more natural because no one's gonna just show up randomly in front of him. And then I want to try to stealth back away because I want to try to find a safer spot to put the kid.
Make me a
Stealth roll.
stealth roll, please.
Ooh, that was good. 18.
You cast with one feathery hand while kind of slinking off backwards, finding purchase for your footing as you kind of slide down into a small dike, into like shin deep runoff water. And in that, you find that you can push your way into an below an overhang of plant matter, into what looks like at one point it was a medium-sized animal's den.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna say stay here, and I'm gonna get ready to go back on the next turn.
Completely catatonic, unresponsive.
Oh.
Ardmore, like you slink away backwards and then you just take off. Only twice do you glance back. The first time when you hear a scream completely just cut short. Like mid-scream, it just disappears. The second time is when you hear the sound of metal on metal, and you're like, nope.
Well, that will be the dog then.
You run through, again, a very small bit of wooded area before bursting out into a small field of grain that looks like it was just harvested not too long ago. So, it's all cut down. And there is
Sure.
2 buildings. Like one looks like a 1-story, very small, dwelling. And next to it is what looks like a tower that was thrown together like a watchtower, and there's a bell on it. And there's 2 people standing at the top of the tower, holding torches, trying to look out into the kind of the low mist upon the ground, and see what's going on as they, now hear you running at them.
Hello. There's a horrible headless.
But they
thing.
start ringing this bell as hard as possible.
Oh no! Don't do that. I don't want it to know I'm here.
A woman slides down the rope ladder, hits the ground, and pulls out what looks to be a black powder pistol. You've seen these before, but generally just in like cases. Like, oh, look at this piece of antiquity I've purchased from elsewhere. It's the newest fad. And she says, "Where?"
On the road to the whatever direction.
She kind of looks you up and down. You can tell she's trying to get an idea if she's seen you before anywhere. And she says, "You'll be safer up there." And she looks
Yes,
up
Thank you.
and she says, "Saw, get as many men as you can." And she starts running towards where this is happening.
Yeah, he'll go up into the tower. Sure. Great. Love this for me.
There is a young man up there. He looks like he's no older than 16.
Hello, young man.
He looks at you and he says, "Hello. You saw it.
I did.
You saw the horseman?"
I did. I survived it.
He kind of backs away, and you're not even marked.
No, of course
You're.
not.
He looks you up and down. You're another traveler.
That's very perceptive of you. Do you get these?
I know what Tennis said, but you need to climb down, and you need to run as fast as you can. And he points out, and just kind of parting through the moonlight and the mist, you see what looks to be a very large manor house.
Oh,
You need you. He takes a couple of deep breaths, like he's trying to calm himself. You need to get to the Hassan's residence. It's the only safe place in Tranquility. Nothing, nowhere else. The horseman, he can anywhere, anyone. But not the manor. He never goes inside the manor.
thank you. It looks to be a bit more my taste anyway. Thank you.
He looks at you again and doesn't really see anything on you, and he pulls out a big like buck knife and he hands it to you. He says, in case, tell them.
You tell them what?
That he's here. He's early.
Oh.
He looks at the moon and he says, "He's early. He's early."
Keep this for yourself. You'll need it more than I will. I hope it ends quickly.
He's got a sword. He's got a sword. He's like giving you his other melee weapon. He's got like a sword, and he's got what looks to be like a hand hatchet.
He sort of puts his hand, his non-metal hand, on the boy's shoulder in a very like, "Oh, you poor sweet summer child" kind of way, and it's like, I'm more than capable of caring for myself. I'm studied in the arcane arts, but thank you.
He looks completely confused by this.
Thank you for the knife.
Oh,
I'm going to go now.
Okay.
Goodbye.
And he just starts getting back to ringing the bell. As you're kind of jogging down this kind of dirt side road, there's like men, old to very young, kind of streaming down and getting into one of the worst battle lines you've ever seen. Most are armed with spears and pitchforks, and that's about it. And they kind of watch you run by them, kind of slightly confused. as you head up the road, which looks a long way, but you easily get there very quickly, to a large manor house with kind of the big overhang entryway with the name on it, and it just says Hassan.
Ardmore will use whatever knocking device they seem to have chosen.
Oh, this is just to get into the courtyard.
To the courtyard. Oh, yeah. He'll
For something like that's going on that seems so terrifying, this place looks very underprotected.
Well, money talks. So, I think he'll continue forward.
As you do, a large, like round, rotund man in heavy armor, wearing a similar symbol as what's on, like behind the words Hassan on his clasp of his cloak, walks out, and there's a couple other men behind him. Their armor much more ragtag. That armor looks like it's been thrown together with pieces. This looks like this has been meticulously kept up. Who are you? What are you doing at Hassan's manor?
Oh, well, I'm a traveler. My name is Ardmore Sawtooth. I've been sent to inform you that he's early, the headless one.
He looks at the two men and he kind of waves them towards the gate area, and he says, "Come with me."
I will, thank you.
Walks you inside and puts you in what looks like, upon first review, a very, very fine parlor. Upon meticulous inspection of looking around in the keen eye, this all looks very old. This all looks like it is giving the illusion of ostentatiousness, but it's old. Like this, there's even a mustiness to the smell of it. You're guessing some of this is hundreds of years old. Like you can just see, again, with your keen eye, things that might, like you're seeing, like frays around the edges of the cloth on chairs. Yeah, exactly, Super Spike. That where you're from in Faerun, even in the roughest places, if it was owned by those with wealth, would have been replaced years ago.
I think Ardmore, using his 1% senses, is like, thinks it's off, and he against his better judgment, he informs the nicely armored man.
He's gone. He just took
he
you
fully
in.
left. Okay, then I guess he'll sit. Yeah. I think he would have, before they left, said there are more on the road. They're probably dead, but
he kind of looks back as he's walking and says, "There always is."
What do you mean by that?
He just smiles and he says, "In good time. I've got work to do, and then we can discuss once I return."
Yeah, he'll sit. He'll poke around.
It's a very nice, like, parlor / library. There's a few decanters of very well aged bourbons and other spirits. There's very nice paintings on the wall, but everything just feels so old. Meanwhile, back on the road. Meanwhile, Oz, the horseman's coming right at you again, but you're pretty sure the only reason it's at you is because you're standing in front of the woman. What would you like to do?
I mean, I'm gonna do so. With like, is anyone else coming? I know clearly I don't know what's going on with Ardmore, but like, people were sent this way, right? Do we hear anyone else coming this direction?
Maybe a perception check. You're pretty focused on this guy trying to run.
Like you do. 19.
Out of the corner of your eyes, you catch torchlights in mass heading this way.
Okay.
But you're kind of your tactically driven mind is also going, how quick is this going to happen? Like this guy just, I just pincushioned this guy to the ground. He just got up.
All right. I am. Let's see. I'm going to try to grab her and just go towards the torchlight then. Like whether it's good or bad coming our way.
Make me a athletics check to just grab this absolutely.
All right, woman. Individual. Let's go. Don't roll in that one again. That's 11. Yeah.
Yeah. You found your footing. You've also kind of like, okay, this is not a situation where I can. This is obviously this person's the target of this currently. And you just kind of turn on that heroic soldier mode, and you what are you, like a bigger warforged, like a chonkier boy, or are you just like very humanoid in appearance?
Pretty humanoid, and in my travels I usually get a kind of bad reaction to how I look, so I try to dress myself as much as possible to like look like I'm nice and human. But I don't have the money for it, so
I kind of figured since you were going into a place where you were like, I'm going to kill every single one of these people. The undead I'm going to put to rest, and you're all in any of these cult of Vol people I'm going to kill. That you went in loaded for bear. You're in full blown soldier mode.
Yeah,
because I'm also assuming Oz was fought in the Great War in Eberron.
Well, Oz has an interesting story because he doesn't remember a whole lot before he was reactivated by someone.
Okay.
And all of his memories were gone. And the big thing for him is the person that reactivated kind of taught him about the goodness in people and just like the wonders of the world. So as he travels, he's just wanting to do as much good as possible, protect people, and just like learn about anything he can.
Okay. But he kind of has that, I guess there's kind of that muscle memory of, soldiering, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, there are definitely times where something hits and it just is second nature, something that he's done before, even though he can't recall.
So you turn, and as you start to move, one hand shoots underneath her legs, and you literally just upend her into your other arms, into your other arm, and you just start to go.
Yeah.
And you can hear this thing behind you. At some point, you feel like you can even feel the just scorching hot breath of the horse upon your neck. It's just bearing down on you.
As comforting as he can say in his really monotone voice, like, everything's going to be okay. I just keep saying it as I'm running.
She's so petrified that the only thing it can remind you of is when a horse is so scared that its eyes roll back into its head and its tongue lolls out and just foam at the mouth. You don't think you can recall seeing anyone look this terrified before.
All right.
As you're running, I need you to make me an acrobatics check, please.
Straight roll. Here we go. All right, let's do the thing. That's not bad. Oh, 18. All right.
You are able to kind of sidestep this whip that comes down, and where it hits the ground, it literally just scorches it, and a small blue flame is there. And from the side of the road, you can see like a very rough trodden, boot trodden pathway, and you can see this group of about 25 old men and boys armed with the most rudimentary thrown together weaponry, marching with torches up that road. And in front of them by about 30 feet, a woman carrying some type of projectile weapon, and she is sprinting towards you.
Yeah, I just keep going, and I say, we have a problem. Help would be appreciated.
She just yells down.
Yeah, I eat the dirt.
And I'm not sure, is Oz familiar with black powder weapons?
Probably. I'm
Okay.
sure he's read or seen or something. Like fire's his favorite, so I'm sure.
She fires off and directly hits the horseman, who this time does rear up, like right over the top of you. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
All right. Straight roll again. We're using the same dice. It's been doing well for me. 16. Hot dice.
I want you to make me another roll at that same straight number, please.
Okay. 14.
Yeah. You're able to roll. She is not. And the hooves come down upon her body, crushing her. The woman with the pistol is reloading as she continues to run towards where you are. The horseman rears down, takes the head, sticks it in a bag, and you can feel blood dripping off the bag, tink, tink, tink onto you as it looks, or doesn't look, as its form moves to where if it had a head, it would be looking at you. And then it turns around and heads the other way. This woman gets to you as she fires off another shot into the dark, and she looks down at you and she says, what? I'm
just looking at the body and I stand
she's
up.
just like, hello? You get the distinct impression she has never seen a Warforged before.
Yeah. That's
like she even puts her hand out like in a confused fashion, and it was like touching your face, and then she pulls her hand back and she says, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just, this is, yeah. And she starts to load her gun again, and she starts to jog up the road where the horseman went.
Yeah, as she's doing all that, and she's apologized, said, "No, I'm sorry. I tried to save her."
She kind of slows down and looks at it, and she goes, "No one gets saved here."
I start slowly trudging back to where I came from to retrieve it.
The one thing you also notice is the people in this kind of regiment, they are in no fucking hurry. They're kind of like, yep, we're going, boss. We're definitely gonna save some people, I'm sure. Oros, you and Midnight can hear the horsemen returning to your area.
So at this point, I'm just trying to hide, not make any noise.
Make me a stealth check.
Praying to God.
All right. Well, that is a natural 1.
Oh no!
Oh wait, I gotta think for this.
You fart real loud.
Checks out.
So Oros, you had kind of like stood up to see what was going on, and you're like, I gotta get back down. There's a dead body here. I will just, and then you slip in the leavings that this body, after expiring, had jettisoned, and you tumbles you forward over the log, ass over tea kettle, and you land right in your butt as you see the horseman just flying up the road. One thing Oz too, as this thing speeds up, it actually leaves a trail of blue flame coming off the hooves behind it. Like not a bunch, but you're just like, okay, I have not seen that before.
Blue flame. Oh no, that's the wrong one.
I hate it, but it looks so gorgeous.
Yeah, it's very like, okay, this is something. Midnight, you said you were coming out of the hiding spot, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna come up to the, because you said I went down like a little.
Yeah, like a
thing,
like
right?
a little gully.
So I'm gonna come up to the top. I'm gonna try to stay in the shadows though.
Mm-hmm.
And as a bonus action, I'm gonna move my duplicate character over Oros. So in front of Oros, between Oros and the rider, and then I have a cantrip, Sacred Flame.
Okay.
Which is a
Make me a stealth check.
Dexterity-
Make me a stealth check first.
15.
Perfect. So as your mirror image moves over there, you're kind of just like what you think. You're like, I think I'm in full shadow, but maybe I'm only in half shadow because it seems like it's coming right at you.
Yeah.
And once Oros kind of hits the ground and looks up, it takes a sharp veer towards that area. So you definitely have just an open shot at it.
Okay, so he needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Does a 19 save?
Yeah.
Your blast hits him square in kind of the cape behind him,
Mhm.
kind of pushes him forward. Oros, this thing rears up in front of you. And just this blast of fire hits it in the back. It's actually kind of terrifyingly impressive. And then it lands back on all fours and just slowly wheels its way around to midnight.
By the way, I have a button for Ryan queued up too.
Perfect.
So it's now ignoring me.
Yeah, it's turned its back towards you
Okay.
and it's slowly trotting towards where midnight is.
I'm
Stab
gonna
it in the
crawl
butt.
away.
Okay, follow him. Make me a stealth check.
Damn it! I got the wrong armor for this. Oh,
Me too.
I rolled a 16 and a 19, so that is 18.
Hey.
Yeah, you
Damn.
you literally actually just slide yourself under the log.
I'll take it.
I'm kind of wiggle your way underneath there. So you're like, yeah, good luck getting me. Am I dirty? Am I smelly now? Probably, but I'm also going to be alive. Yeah.
I'll fix that later.
So this thing bears down on you, Midnight. It's just
Okay.
trotting menacingly.
Okay.
What do you want to do? It's not rushing you. It's just literally just kind
Oh,
of.
do I get another action?
Yeah, it's.
Okay. Let me just check one thing that I was already looking up.
I cast Banish Horseman.
Normally a great spell, but not in the domains.
Right?
Everyone always makes fun of me for taking it. They say it's too niche, but when
You
it
know
comes in
what?
handy, it
When
comes in
Slap-
handy.
I think Nate has screwed up more encounters for me in 5th edition with banishment than any other human being in any game ever.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Except if he's from the place you're at and you're in trouble.
But I have such a tendency to use outsiders and planar creatures that you're like, yeah, that's funny. That's a really interesting monster you got there. Be a shame if someone
With it
banished it.
You're like everyone on this plane has extraordinarily high wisdom for some reason.
It comes from the
That's
plane of wisdom,
charisma,
actually.
isn't it?
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's charisma. Yeah,
It has an
Oh, is it
amulet
charisma?
immune
Sure.
to banishment. Get fucked.
It is like the one spell that makes your having a high charisma worthwhile, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay. Choke on my own spit. It's great. I'm really
Lay it
good at
on
being an
him. Fuck him
adult.
up.
One question first.
Yeah.
Oh boy. How close is Oros?
About 30 to 40 feet away, and now like he's scrunched himself underneath a log, so you don't even have visible.
Yeah, you
line
can't
of
see
sight
me.
on him.
No, but I do have Pass Without a Trace, so I considered getting within where I thought he was, which is 30 feet, and then that would give a +10 to dexterity stealth checks.
Okay.
For both of us. But now I'm just thinking I might just do guide and bolt. Because I'm concerned that even if I do Pass Without a Trace, even though you need magical means to find me, that he's a magical creature.
You kind of get that impression.
So yeah, that made my decision. I am going to drop my illusion, my secondary illusion, because I can't concentrate on that anymore. And I'm gonna
Also, you gave yourself away when you shot him.
Well, that doesn't mean he didn't still see the other one.
Oh, he saw. I mean, he
Was it you
felt
or
it.
was it you?
Was it you? And I'm gonna make a ranged spell attack.
Get 'em.
14.
No.
Damn it.
This time you fire, and he just kind of turns his shoulders, and it just goes shooting off.
It probably wouldn't have even gone off because it's a radiant damage magical bolt.
Yeah, it's a bolt. It just misses him.
Okay.
You do notice. Please make me a perception check.
Then you roll better on things dice. Thanks. 16.
You do notice that the radiant damage, like that bolt of light, as it kind of whizzes by, everywhere it's aura touched kind of sizzles and smokes as it goes flying by.
In a good, like, that's good, right?
You're assuming it's like, oh, this guy does not like this.
Okay. I am gonna back up as far as I can.
You're gonna back up into that hole.
I mean, if I came to the top of the thing, there should
That's
be
what I'm saying.
more-
Do you want to drop backwards into the gully and crawl back into that hole where you put the boy? Boy.
I would drop into the gully and then I would go the opposite direction. Because I would not bring it to the child.
Okay. You do
So-
that, and he drops off of his horse.
Okay.
And he turns his body towards you and then reaches his hand out towards where that tree is. And you hear roots crunching and curling, and the roots of the hole push the child out flat into the gully in front of the horseman.
Okay, here's one other technical question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I, because my cleric domain was trickery, can I Blessing of the Trickster myself?
I don't see why not.
I didn't know if that was a thing. I should probably actually see if I read that better, because maybe it just says other person. If it doesn't say other person, then you're saying I maybe could.
I'm saying if it doesn't say other.
It says a willing creature.
Yeah, you're a willing creature.
I'm a willing creature. But it's an action, so I have to wait for that. Okay. I just wanted to pre-check.
So, like, it's almost like the root system of this overhang turns itself inside out to push this catatonic child out into the low water in front of the horseman, who then drops down into the gully.
He dropped between us, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. And he grabs the child by their hair. And he takes the head.
What a dick.
What?
So, Oz, as you guys, you two are rushing up, you see the horse and you see the horseman kind of emerging from this gully, stuffing a head into its bloody bag. And it mounts the horse. The horse rears up. There's a flash of lightning as the moon becomes covered once again. And the horseman rides off into the mist. The one thing, though, is even Ardmore in this manor house, you almost still feel the hoofbeats.
Yeah, I go. I go collect it. Is that woman still around us?
Her body is, but the head's gone.
Oh, sorry, not the woman that I was like going, like the one that had the.
Oh yeah. She gets there and she's like almost like you can't tell because it's a language you're not familiar. It's like a dialect you're not familiar with.
Yeah.
But you get the impression, as much as you know about humans, she's cursing under her breath.
Okay. I collect it. I pick them up. I take as many pieces as I can hold.
Nice job, Mike.
And I go back up to her and I and I just say, "I'm so sorry. We tried. May we use your." Oh.
She puts her gun back in her holster, and she kind of takes a moment and she makes some type of intricate like gesture And then she says, "You should come with me."
Yeah, I just go. I follow.
She's like, "Is it just you? Just you and the man?
Is he
Actually,
gone?
just you and the dwarf?" Yeah, he's gone.
Well, I yell that out from under the log.
There,
And she kind of like shakes her head. She's just you, the dwarf, and the gnome.
there
I
is
climb
one
out of the-
other.
And she goes, "Oh, just you, the gnome, the dwarf, and the bird."
And I just put my arms out.
Oh, and she looks and she's just like, "Oh, I'm very sorry."
It will be okay.
Okay. And the forces get there finally, and she just looks at them and she's like, "Well, I guess you just didn't get here fast enough." And they turn around and there's kind of like a "oh shucks," but also kind of like "thank fucking God"
Still got my head.
as they kind of trudge back. She walks you all up the road, the proper road. If anyone wants to have any conversations, it's a good time to do it. Otherwise, she's going to walk you up to Hassan Manor.
Okay. As we're going, I essentially revive it. I have to expend a spell slot, and he kind of starts to reform himself. I use a mending spell to kind of put things back on and everything. And within about a minute or two, he is.
Don't
he's
you
back
even
to
super
trotting
spike.
along it.
Do it. I'm in a house. Do it.
I had concerns it's
Um,
going to be a high body count one since Ben put the revive only at $20.
Yeah. Oh, and I get my spear back, obviously. But yeah, we go back. I'm not really talking a whole lot. I am encouraging to it, saying that it did very well, and just giving it the good boys, because
At
it
one
is-
point, she'll stop and she'll say, "Do you feed your animal?"
only with kind words and encouragement.
She just kind of looks kind of puzzled by that, and she keeps walking. There's a couple times where she turns, looks, and like she's going to say something, and she just doesn't.
Yeah,
Like she's not sure how to process this.
it follows pretty closely to her, almost in like a curious manner. It likes people.
So she brings you Midnight Dreary. Oros, did you have anything you wanted to? Nope. At one point, she does stop and she says, "I cannot express how lucky you all are."
What was that thing?
That is the rider.
What type of creature is it?
No one knows. Or if anyone does, they don't talk about it. None of us are from here.
How often does it come?
She points up to the moon, which is getting close to full. She says, "Usually only when the moon is full. But sometimes when travelers arrive. Sometimes when people arrive on the road, they don't even make it to here."
I'm sorry. It appears to have been our fault.
She kind of gives a slight, like, wry smile, and she says, "This is no one's fault. This is just hell."
But it didn't have any interest in us, and we're the travelers.
She kind of looks thoughtfully for a second and then looks back at you, Midnight, and says, "It will. It will."
How does it choose?
No one knows. The only thing all of us have become painfully aware of is the manor is the only place you're safe.
Why is that?
No one knows.
What do you
And-
know?
And neither of the Hassans are willing to talk about it. And they've been here longer than anyone.
We should have a conversation with them.
She kind of smiles, almost sadly, and she says, "That's why I'm taking you there. I would remind you to choose your words wisely. Eli Van Hassan is a petty man. And he does not brook disrespect lightly. And here, on this road that goes nowhere and on forever, he holds the authority here.
To the mansion, then.
And what about his brother?
Brother.
You say there was two?
Oh, yes. You mean his daughter.
How his daughter?
Talitha she kind of grins like almost ruefully and says, she is a spoiled daughter who would do anything for her father. Make of that what you will. And then she turns around and starts walking.
Sounds like such a happy family.
She continues to walk, but you hear her like almost laugh in almost a barking fashion, like, a mocking laugh. And she says, "There's nothing happy here. This is hell. This is your purgatory. It's my purgatory. It's all of us." We all just have the opportunity to make what we can out of these last moments, however long they are.
What happens if we die here?
I don't know. If you die here, it's probably because the Horseman took your head. And then she stops for a second and she says, "I take that back. If you die here, you don't really die. Some of us have seen where the heads go.
And what happens?
No one really knows what it is, but they're not dead and they're not alive. They're just there. Wordlessly and soundlessly screaming.
Oh, God damn it, Spike.
This is why we can't have nice things.
This is why we can't have nice things. Exactly.
Did you, Spike?
Check your extra life page.
I'm double checking.
By the way, Ben, is there any? Does this person come about? Because what's the song where the chorus is something about the Midnight Rider? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, this did not come out because of that. If it did, then the Horseman would have a voice and would talk like this, baby.
Well,
You
no,
would wear a mask, but you would not know who I am, Daddy.
no, the song.
Because I'm
Okay,
wearing
with
this mask, baby.
No, the song.
Yeah, Dusty Rhodes at one point was known as the Midnight Rider. He wore a mask and he came out to that Allman Brothers song.
Did he come
was
out to
the-
that song
He
actually?
was the Midnight Rider, yes.
Damn it.
Because Dusty Rhodes don't work here no more, baby. I'm the Midnight Rider.
That's a cosplay you should do, Ben. You should do Dusty.
I
In the all denim outfit.
Polka dot Dusty or
You ain't
cowboy?
that pretty. You ain't that pretty, baby.
All denim. All denim.
Denim Dusty.
The American dream.
The
Spike
American
did-
team.
Nate was there a donation?
Let me check.
Yeah, he's got a little evil smiley face on it too.
Was it a $10 donation?
It was exactly
perfect.
$10.
I want you
God damn it,
all
Spike.
to roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, balls. All right.
I was
Straight
just gonna say too,
whistle.
while I was
Shit.
walking, I was gonna give myself blessing a trickster, but I was like, maybe I'll hold off on it a little bit. God damn it.
7.
That's good actually. I like that.
Spike, are you going to donate to save us when someone dies? Is that going to happen?
I feel you're obligated now.
You know what I rolled. I don't even have to say it.
You can get a reroll there,
Wait.
buddy.
It's better
all
than
my-
this. I need one that's the horn. I don't have, because the only other one I have is crickets. But I don't think that's gonna work.
That's all right, Spike.
What
we
did you
appreciate it.
roll?
At 1.
Midnight?
I rolled a 14.
And remind me again, Oz, you got like 16, I want to say?
The luckiest number of all. Number 7.
Oros, you actually end up getting trampled.
Jeez.
Okay.
So you're going to take 12 points of damage.
All right. That's slightly less than half of my life.
Oz, you don't get trampled, but you get knocked on your keister.
Alright.
Midnight, you can't fly, can you?
I cannot. I don't technically have wings. I have feathers, but no wings.
Okay, so you like kind of jump back, almost kind of instinctively flap to get you pushed back a little ways. The woman you've been speaking with, however, does
Not
not.
all birds can fly, Ben. Racist. Gosh.
Not all birds. And
Hashtag not all birds.
you all watch as she goes to raise her pistol, and you see as her hand goes completely limp because she has no head. The horseman kind of trots around where the corpse falls, and you know it physically isn't looking at you all, but it's looking at y'all, at all of you. Your hearts or your central processing unit are all just beating out of your chest. I mean, this is so. I need you all to make a wisdom saving throw.
I'm gonna. Before this wisdom saving throw, can I say a line?
Of course.
I want to look at where its eyes would be, and very Brendan Fraser style in The Mummy, be like, "I'll be seeing you again."
Yep.
And I pick up the pistol. I'm gonna save it Jack Sparrow style. One shot. It's a real important one.
Does this count as a magical effect?
No.
Damn.
It
All right.
is not a magical effect.
All right, I got a 10.
17.
I'm
That
immune to
is
fear, right?
Cocked.
Is that a I can't remember if that's a Warforged thing or not.
Yes, I'm immune to fear. Not at all. I fucking failed that.
11.
You were all fucking terrified.
Even at my 17?
17 you wouldn't be. I'm sorry. I thought you said a 7. My bad.
No,
No,
17.
you're not. Midnight, you're not.
I'm
Although
very.
this is really hard to look at.
My wisdom's amazing.
I'm gonna roll for it just for funsies. Yeah, it tinkles a little bit.
Okay. It like holds the head up and then just slowly stuffs it in its bag and rides right past you to the 300 feet towards the manor and then bursts into flame and there's nothing there.
Bitch.
By the way, since we were talking about extra life donations, I think it's important to note that Nate is number 24 in the country.
Oh my
Or not in the
god,
country, not country, state, in the state.
That's
24 in the
still
state.
that's
Yeah.
amazing, man.
That's
Dave-
amazing. Oh,
Dave,
yeah.
Doc,
Dave
Nate,
is 12
Doc,
in the state,
Nate,
and he
Doc.
hasn't done anything yet.
Dave had a mini
Did he do a
marathon.
mini? Because I know he's doing his big one next weekend. And
He did
he's-
a mini marathon, I think, a week or two
Okay.
ago.
He's 12th in this
Thank
in
you,
the
Spike.
state. Sorry, not country, state.
Yeah.
State.
Well, and Dave will be blowing up a little more too.
Yeah. So
That's right.
that's crazy though. Two people
Nate
in the
Dogg representing.
top.
Amazing.
You can just smell this scent of burning, like meat and almost like brimstone, and ash, and you can see the pathway of the hooves that go right up to the manor house gate.
So I tried a con save and I threw up.
Perfect. You've got a little bit of a shake, and one thing we're going to say is, Oros, until you can find something to until you can find a vice to indulge, to access, you're going to have a level of exhaustion just from pure fear.
All right.
Does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So you can pick whatever that vice would be. But
Oh, he's gonna have a drinky poo.
okay.
And so I find where exhaustion is.
There is a few men in armor, but one very large and round man in very nice armor standing just beyond the threshold of the gate.
Hello.
Hell of a thing. Hell of a thing.
Yes, it was.
Did you guys leave the body?
No, the one with the pistol.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, Oz would have brought it.
Warrior, top 50 of the state.
A little bit wrong first.
What?
Nice.
You're 45,
Dang.
and actually Matt DeRose is on here too, but I lost.
That's amazing.
That's
Kudos
crazy.
to all of you.
He's
That's
32.
wild.
He's 32. So
That's wild.
You bring the body, and he kind of raised his finger, and the two men come take it, and he's like, "You know what to do." And he says, "Let's just all take a moment." And he kind of bows his head. All right, moments passed. My name's Garrett. I'm the Van Hassan's captain, and that means I oversee all of Tranquility at the Lord's request. You're new here, so I'll keep things brief because Lord Van Hassan would I'd certainly like to meet you and have a discussion. You're welcome at the Manor House until you're not welcome, which is at the discretion of Lord Van Hassan. Everyone here earns their keep. There are no free rides. The Lord will give you a small plot of land to work. You will decide what job and function you wish to have in society. If you choose not to have a job or function in society, you will be cast out to be on your own, to live among the dregs in the woods and fodder for the horsemen. As long as you continue to be a viable part of Lord Van Hassan's lands, you will be given succor in the manor house whenever the rider comes. Do you understand your new predicament?
Why does he get to decide everything for everyone else that resides here.
He puts his hands out and he says, because as far and as wide as you can see, it all belongs to him. This is his land by birthright. If you don't wish to be here, then by all means, take the road. But I will cut to the chase when I tell you, anyone who walks the road, they either don't return or they end up on the other side of the road walking back into Tranquility.
All right, let's go to the manor.
Will we have time to clean up before we meet with the Lord?
Kind of looks you up and down and says, no.
Should have taken prestidigitation. That was me, not him.
Yeah.
Be next to
Yes.
Ardmore.
I'll have a straw pallet brought in for you to sit upon, as to not muck up the floor. That's exactly what he has done. Like a shitty wooden pallet with straw on it, like an animal with that on. He brings you into the same place where Ardmore is.
Oh, you're alive.
Yeah, if not worse for wear.
Yeah, you've looked awful. But you also love your heads. That's something.
It's more than we can say for those few.
Others weren't as fortunate.
No. Well.
At that point,
compassionate fellow. He's like,
Yeah, he's so
Yeah.
caring. That's why I love
He's
him
like-
so much.
I mean, he's basically like he looks at them. He's like, oh, they're meat.
at that point, a man walks in. Maybe someone can remember. Is it Robert Hayes who played number 2 in Austin Powers?
He think so, but I don't.
He was also like in Heart to Heart.
I can't remember though. Who does number 2 work for?
Yeah, I think it was Robert Hayes.
Robert Wagner.
Robert Wagner. Who's Robert Hayes?
Isaac's brother.
Yeah.
God, Google that shit, Ben.
So like a
The guy. in
like
Airplane.
oh, it is okay. So like a Robert Wagner in his like 50s comes walking in. He's got the Reed Richards gray in the hair.
Mm.
He comes walking in. He's walking with a cane, but it's more looks like it's for show than for go. And the large man in armor kind of bows and says, "I present Lord Eli Van Hassan." He says, "Thank you, Garrett. Thank you. I'll handle it from here. You can make the arrangements as we've specified." He comes in and he walks behind a large desk, dark mahogany wood. He pulls a box out and he pulls out a large cigar. He cuts the end with a blade that he kind of like twirls out of his hand, and he lights it. He sits there for a moment. He says, "Please have a drink. If I can offer you a cigar, you're more than welcome to one." I always hate this part. You never know why you're here, and I never care. This is my home. This is my ancestral lands, although they no longer reside in my ancestral homeland for some God's forsaken reason. He kind of mumbles on. I'm sure Garrett has already explained to you the rules. They're very few, very simple, but they are absolute. Who are you and what do you do?
Lord Von Hassan, I apologize for my appearance. It's been a hell of an afternoon, we'll say.
He looks you up and down. He says, "There's no reason for apology. We've all, well, most of us have come face to face with the Horseman at one time or another. You were all able to leave with your heads still attached, still with some worth to Tranquility, success, and our ongoing existence. So your appearance matters nothing to me currently."
While he's talking, Oros will pour himself a drink. First of many to come. I'm an artificer by trade. Tinker, repair, anything of that nature.
Oh, interesting. He allows you to kind of ramble on for about 30 minutes about what artificing is, because he asks a lot of questions about it. He's like, "I don't believe we've had anyone of your particular skill set arrive in Tranquility before. If you will make me a list, Mr. Rumble, of what we might be able to provide you in order for you to begin work, I will ensure that you have proper lodgings and materials, and I will then, once I've provided you with the goods you need, you will provide me services that will better Tranquility."
That I can do.
Excellent. I like a can-do attitude.
I have questions.
I said all the bacon
All
and eggs.
the bacon and eggs.
Yes. You. What are you?
I am OZ-10 number 316.
You're not the man. You're something else. What are you?
I am OZ-10 number 316.
No, I heard you. You are living, correct?
Yes.
You're not a golem, I believe they're called.
No.
So you have, in your mind, you have a soul.
Define soul.
A sense of spiritual being. When you die, you don't just turn off. Part of you leaves this coil.
When I turn
This is
off,
not a philosophical debate. I'm simply asking a question.
absolutely. When I turn off and can no longer move, I cannot go anywhere.
You, machine smith, can you explain to the machine what I mean?
It may take a while. We might want to move.
I let me put it this way, Mr. Webnell. Donkeys are stubborn. I don't denigrate them because it's in their nature. If this thing is stubborn and it's in its nature, fine. If it cannot answer simple questions, fine. Then I will put it in your stead, since you apparently are an expert in these situations. So now I will just, until further notice, you will be its keeper. Enjoy.
I believe you asked a question to which I answered. I apologize if it was not.
Can you
in
quiet
the
it?
manner-
Can you quiet this thing
Yeah,
down?
but it just keeps
I'm going
talking.
to be speaking. Yeah, he just
I
ignores you.
apologize if it wasn't in the nature of what you wanted. Perhaps you should phrase your questions.
I will
more
tell you
specifically.
now. What I want is for you to be quiet. Be silent.
Yet I have questions.
Silence. Thank you. The rest of you.
Yes. My name is Audemore Sawtooth of Baldur's Gate. I
Kind of looks.
have a great many gifts.
I've heard of this Baldur's Gate.
I'm sure you have. It's very populous.
Metropolitan area.
Yes. It's
I
quite a
believe
large.
we've had travelers come through from there before. Brigands, if I remember. Strong sword arms.
That I have no doubt. I have a great many gifts. I am a master financier. I have any number of businesses. I'm quite adept at turning.
He smiles and kind of looks up wistfully, and he says, "There would have been a time, Master Sawtooth, that you and I would have made a great deal of coin together.
No one.
But unfortunately, we are living in a time where we have no ability to export or import. Finances do not matter. We simply subsist on what is around us.
Sure.
So
Well,
what can you produce?"
I'm quite adept at turning that which has no place into the finest of cuisine. If food is of issue to you,
Well, I'm sure Dugma will have an extremely good time having someone to work with. He is my cook.
that feels a bit below my station.
Well, what we find here in Tranquility, Mr. Sawtooth, is that all of us have to make do.
Sure, it would be a shame if I didn't fully catalog the
Mr.
entirety of
Sawtooth,
my gift.
all of it is a shame here. It is a shame my cigars are simply substandard. It's a shame that I do not have an upholster that can reupholster my furniture. We do not have the entirety of my previous domain. It's a shame that you people are hunted by the Horseman and lose your heads on a frequent basis.
Sure.
It's all a shame.
Well,
But we subsist and we persist.
sure.
I'm sure someone of your particular talents and skills is a survivor. So you will do what needs to be done to survive.
Yes, of course. If I
Perfect.
can do it more comfortably, that would be lovely. I did neglect to mention that I do have a small piece of an otherworldly being in my brain, which gives me arcane abilities that, while they are likely slowly killing me, are
He
quite
stops.
effective.
And he kind of leans forward. He goes, "Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You are some sort of wizard, a caster of some type.
Yes, quite.
Perhaps your station should be slightly different.
That's what I was thinking.
We'll talk more once I've heard this bird's story."
Good.
I do like one of those like quarter bows, like you don't really bow, but you put
Yeah.
your arms out. Like just midnight jury, cleric of locks and things beyond barriers. Like that's all I say.
He kind of looks a little bit like shocked at how eloquent you're speaking and kind of this weird, locks beyond locks type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you are, wherever you're from, you are an expert in locks. Would that extend to cages?
If it has a lock.
I'm going to immediately have you go to Vincent, my blacksmith, and you're going to begin on nice. I mean, hey, Artuma can't catch a break. All he wants to do is rule Atlantis. Let a barbarian rule. I'm going to have you go to my master blacksmith, whose name I just said and now can't remember 2 seconds later because I laughed at a joke.
I also can't remember either, so make it up again.
I'm going to have you go to my master blacksmith, Tuma.
Tuba. Oh
name
no.
And you will begin on a project immediately.
Can I ask you something?
You can attempt to. I will answer only when I feel that it's deserved.
Has anyone ever told you no?
More often than I care to think about.
And what happens if they do?
Explain the context of your question, please.
Not all locks are meant to be opened.
I'm going to try to explain this one more time for everyone. I'm going to say it loud for the people in the back. All of this, look around, stand up. Stand up.
I never sat down. Or
He has
standing
the
by
rest of you
chair.
stand up.
Mhm.
And he opens wide this huge picturesque window, and he kind of rubs his hand out in front of all of it. And he says, "This is all mine. If you do not wish to abide by the rules and tenets I've put forth as the rule of this land, then I will cast you out with the clothes that you have on your back, and that is all. And you will live amongst the dregs that hide in these woods, and the horseman will take you much, much faster than he will in any other circumstance."
Why is it yours?
He turns and looks at you, and that is an intelligent question. It's mine because it was my father's before me, his fathers before him, his fathers before him. We spilled blood to take this land. It belongs to us. We settled it. We built it up with our hands. We have ruled it for over 100 years. In fact, at this point, I have ruled it for over 100 years. For over a few hundred years, time loses itself in a place like this. And I have stopped counting.
Did your ancestors travel here as well?
No, not here. There was a time where what you see, stretched for miles in every direction, and now there's just mist.
You stated earlier that this land was yours by birth, yet the land is no longer where it once was. So does that then
He turns and looks
nullify
at you and he says,
your birthright?
"That is also a very good question. There has been a few, and the years and years and years beyond number I've been here, who have tried to inform me that this is not mine. They've tried to take this. I'll answer your question with the question, what do you think happened to those people?"
I do not know, as we have just arrived.
Do you have a guess?
I guess you will tell
Conjecture.
me.
They aren't here anymore. They're buried in a potter's field. Some of them taken by the horsemen, some of them taken by myself and my men. I do not brook insurrection. You have simple tasks put in front of you. You have simple rules to follow.
If we succeed at our tasks?
Then you'll live as long as you live. But you shan't fear the horseman. Because when the moon rises bright in the sky, it's full, and the horseman's bag runs red, you'll be behind the walls in the manor where he dare not tread. Oh God, that rhymed. I felt good about that. Oh my God. I don't even know what I just said. It just came out that woo!
The coffee kick in?
That was something.
Why is the manor immune to the horseman's grasp?
Another very good question. Perhaps I should put you in charge of Mr. Wemble.
What's a backhand there?
If I knew, honestly, I would make all my buildings this way.
Insight check.
Yeah, go ahead.
Join me in a group insight check. Is he full of shit? 16.
He doesn't know. He's almost seems when he says that like frustrated that he doesn't know. Like he's not frustrated with your question. It's more like,
Yeah.
I'm vexed that I don't know this very simple answer. Why is my house okay and everyone else is fucked?
He may not like this next question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Do you control the Horseman?
He looks at you and he smiles. If I controlled the Horseman, I would only use it to deal with those who would try to upset my rule. The Horseman kills indiscriminately. If I was to leave the land of my mana, the Horseman would ride me down just as readily as any of you. So no, I do not control the Horseman. I wish that I did. And if I find a way to, and he looks right, when he says he looks right at Ardmore, if I could find a way to, well, I would be forever grateful. Or, and looks right at Midnight and says, or find a way to cage him. God damn it. I feel like I should be giving Spike donations at this rate.
Wouldn't it be better to kill or banish it?
I'm beginning to like you. I find you to be entertaining. You ask interesting questions and you have no idea how humorous you are. If I could banish him, he would be banished. He can't be killed. He can't be destroyed. I've seen him burned to ash. And he simply returns over and over and over again. Holy men have come and they have begged their gods. They have cast holy light upon it, and it just returns. Casters such as yourself have consulted books older than time, cast spell after spell after spell, and still he comes.
Where does it come from?
Everyone knows where he comes from. He comes from that shallow grave on the riverbank. I've sent hundreds of men there. Do you know how many have returned?
I would guess none.
Oh, some have returned and lived for a week, maybe two. Some died of terror in the night from their dreams. A few have walked right out onto the same road the next time the moon was full, just to finally be taken and freed of whatever it is they saw. A shallow grave that opens up into a cave, adorned with the head of the dead. God damn, rhyming like a fucking boss tonight.
The mofo. Oh God, man, another one.
We're just dropping sick rhymes tonight, Super Spike. Me and you.
Yeah.
Just
Happened.
simpatico.
Would I be able to see this grave?
Oh, certainly. I can have a rudimentary map that even you could follow, not knowing this land, drawn up and given to you in the morning. You can travel there. I do not expect you to return. But I also understand that living here is not for everyone. Some find it so difficult. Cannot live with the existential question of why they were drawn here. So if you seek your demise, by all means, go right ahead.
I seek answers. Perhaps there is something I could find that others have not.
Perhaps. Tell me one thing. I will ask you a question in return. Would you cease to function if your head was removed from your body?
Yes.
Well, then I worry for you, man of metal and wood. Boy, I'm afraid if you go there, you will lose your head. But by all means, I will tell Garrett to have a map drawn up for you for the morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When is the next full moon?
Tomorrow. It was not full this evening. Occasionally he just shows up.
It's rude.
For a $10 donation.
For a $10 donation, he'll show up again.
For
And you
$10
said
donation,
coin
will he go
wasn't in.
away?
What'd you say, Cassandra?
Well, for a $10 donation, will he go away?
No.
I was like,
20?
and you said coin doesn't have any sway in this realm. Look at you, liar.
If I'm lying, I'm dying, and I'm certainly very alive right now.
Does he even if he comes early, does he always still show up on the full moon?
Yes. I said a little rhyme about it. I don't remember what it was, but it was very good.
I just wanted to confirm that's what I thought he said.
If someone can find out what that was and send it to me, I would really be appreciative. I actually was very proud of that little rhyme.
I don't think it'll post on YouTube till we're done recording, won't it?
Whatever. I'm just saying, in the future, if someone could tell me, I would be very, very happy about it, because I was like, damn, where did that come from?
Hey, Ben.
Huh?
Watch the product.
Fuck off.
That's what you tell me when I ask.
Perfect.
Oh, Mitch.
Somebody called Mitch.
It's like the Mitch signal was lit.
Big Mitch signal.
It's a meth head screaming Florida into the night.
Wow.
That's the Florida signal.
So are you calling Spike a meth head?
No, he just mentioned it, but somewhere when it was mentioned, a meth head in Florida, someone on bath salts just looked up to the sky and screamed, Florida.
Okay. Florida.
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 Oh, snap. Someone want to check them donations for me?
Yeah.
Was that, or was it a callback to? I'm hoping it was just a callback.
A callback to the rider. I mean, we're in the.
You are in there.
Yeah.
No, I meant me harassing Ben about checking, and I was like, just check your donations.
No, there's the rider cometh. There's another one.
Oh, shit. Well, man.
There is again, a fire, as he's kind of got the curtain open, he's telling you this thing in breadth and scope. The ground like bursts apart, and a kind of like a tunnel of blue flame, and the rider comes just roaring out. The horseman does. These troops you saw earlier in their ragtag armor come up to where the gate is, and he kind of just walks back and forth slowly, like the horse kind of like neighing and stomping. And you see the big man come out, and he looks up at the window where you are, and Von Hessen gives the sign, and these men kind of like look at each other as Garrett comes out and like pushes one in the back, and he says, "You heard him." And they kind of form in almost like a phalanx, and they march out from beyond the safety of the gateway. And nice. God damn it. I mean, you just have a rider refractory period to save up for.
Oh, no.
And he just stomps through them. You see 10 men get just trampled and lose their heads. And there's about 10 more, and Garrett looks up again, and you see Von Hessen just kind of go. And the rider just walks back and forth in front of the gate until about 30 minutes pass, and he just rides off into the darkness.
If he cannot enter, why send people out to him?
To prove the point he can't enter, to prove the point your safety relies upon being behind my gates.
It seems like needless loss of life.
Every loss of life here in Tranquility is needless while the rider rides.
Not according to Mitch.
He walks some places, but he mainly rides that sweet, sweet black nightmare. He does like to trot menacingly. Like, who doesn't? If I could trot menacingly, I'd never stop.
Is his horse named Ben?
Or as Ardmore would say, life is cheap like that sweet, sweet meat.
Oh,
You
that's
started
good.
rhyming twice, like once now, and now you just can't stop yourself, huh?
So if we're not playing a DC game, I would just instantly play Etrigan the Demon and just rhyme constantly.
Gone the form of man.
Good luck on that.
I think that would be so hard to do, but I
Oh, yeah.
would so love to try it.
Maybe not when you're sleep deprived.
Maybe not.
Or especially then.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's
Yeah.
easier. I mean,
All right. So he says, I will give you a place to sleep this evening as your new homes won't be ready until a few days. So he walks you to the door of his parlor. He rings a tiny bell. He pulls out of his pocket. A few obvious house help come up. God damn it. They will give you the bare necessities. You will sleep in the stables. Until the morning,
just the simple bare necessities.
a simple bare necessities is all you need. You all can make me a perception check, please.
Oh, I have to do that at a disadvantage.
14.
7.
4.
7.
7 was the best you guys got, right?
I got a 14.
Oh, you got a 14. Okay, Ardmore, as everyone else kind of just like still slightly shell-shocked. Kitty, you see someone behind like a door kind of watching all of this.
Oh.
Yeah, this is
I thought Baloo was a flavor of sausage that Ardmore made.
It was.
Give me
but
some of that sweet
limited
Baloo
quantity, very limited quantities.
Special reserve.
special reserve Baloo special.
Reserve.
You see someone kind of watching you behind a slightly ajar door.
Ardmore will stroll over to the door nonchalantly, open it with a metal finger. May I help
There-
you?
There is a very slight, very pretty, but almost like in that ethereal way,
Mm-hmm.
like not quite, just kind of slightly off-puttingly pretty young woman. She looks like she's probably in her late teens, 17, maybe 18. She says, no, I was just looking at the travelers.
Well, here we are, up close.
What's your charisma score, Ardmore?
18.
She says, it's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting group of people come to Tranquility.
I'm sure. Are a bit of an odd bunch, I would say.
Yeah, you are all very interesting.
Yes. Is there anything you would like to know about us, this interesting group of us?
She kind of smiles demurely and kind of puts her head down. She's like, don't say anything, but I tend to eavesdrop on Father's business.
Hmm.
I find it sometimes important to know what You're not supposed to know.
That is a very important thing to know. You're quite a clever girl.
She kind of almost looks hurt when you call her a girl.
Oh,
I just kind of like, there's like a twinge of anger, like the briefest moment, but the majority of it just looks like kind of like, I still like it was almost like a stinging word.
don't be
Mended
upset.
the velociraptor stones.
Don't be upset. I'm several hundred years old. Everyone seems young to me.
She smiles, almost predatory smile. She says, "How old are you, Master Dwarf?"
245 years old.
She smiles and she says, "How nice to be young. I have counted the days while my father has stopped. We have lived here in this new tranquility for 614 years, moving towards 615.
Or smiles a bit broadly. I'm sorry to have underestimated you.
No.
Sorry.
Please feel free to underestimate me as often as you wish. But I am no girl. Although I do not age, nor does my father.
That is a fun.
I am older than I care to admit.
That is a delightful trick. I would love to know that one. So if you wanted to teach me something.
She looks like she's going to say something, and you hear footsteps behind you. Mr. Sawtooth, I see you've met my daughter.
Yes, quite delightful.
She leans in very close to you, almost uncomfortably close, and says, "This is a trick I would not teach anyone, nor would I wish it upon anyone." She says, "A pleasure, Mr. Sawtooth." And she kisses you on the forehead, and she kind of skitters away. And he says, "Don't be alarmed, Mr. Sawtooth. My daughter is sometimes slightly flighty."
No, not at all. It's a delight.
She can be. Don't let the appearances fool you.
Sure, well,
She's somewhat, what's the word I'm looking for?
Itchy.
It's itchy. She sometimes lacks stability. She's
Sure.
had a very hard young life. Horrible things were done to her at one point.
Oh,
Horrible.
yes.
It's hard for any of us to live with something like that.
I can only imagine.
Yes, you can. Well, you should hurry along or you'll miss your current evening's bed.
No, I would hate to do that.
Oh, and Mr. Oddmore, we will
Mhm.
speak more in the morning about your abilities, as I would like to be made more abreast of just what it is you can do with this thing inside you.
Sure, certainly. Be happy to.
Good evening. And he
Good evening.
just stands there, crosses his arms, and waits for you to leave.
Ardmore leaves. He's like,
Yeah.
"Here."
You see him go into the room where the daughter was, and the door doesn't slam shut, but shuts much harder than it needs to.
Mm.
All right, you're all now brought into the stables. Anything you want to do before you hit the hay?
Oz doesn't need to sleep, so he's just gonna go to wherever like the gate was, whatever like lookout, and just kind of sit there. He just needs to be stationary for his rest, but he doesn't sleep, so he's just gonna kind of.
It's like a trance.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the
Well-
sentry's rest or something like that. So he's just going to go and watch out for things and kind of assess where everything is. Bye, Obi.
He got abandoned. It's like, I'm out.
Is there a place where we can clean up?
Yeah, they give you the run of the trough,
Fabulous.
and they give you some soap made of lye and fat,
Taking that
and
prestidigitation.
actually, and they give you some what passes for towels, which are kind of like just very like softer burlap.
Oh god.
Did Hassan say that his furniture was fucked up? Did I hear something like way beyond that, like his furniture needed?
He just basically said, "Do you think I would be living this way if there were other options?" Basically, like, my furniture's old; it would be
He said he
replaced.
didn't have an upholsterer.
I'm
Specifically.
gonna as we're leaving, like as leaves the room, I'm just gonna like look at things and kind of cast mend on things that are kind of ripped up.
You do that, and it mends, and then frays again right before your eyes. Like, you're like, okay, this is not
Okay.
like, it's almost like it's stuck in a perpetual state of decay, but doesn't break all the way down.
Give it the old college try.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's information. You're like,
Yeah.
you're looking at all this. Like, you even take a moment to do it on like some of the cracks of the wall,
Mhm.
the like waist high wall that goes to the gate. Same thing. Like with the metal, the rust comes off, and then the rust, like, you can watch it eat its way right back up. The vinage, everything, it just returns to the same state.
Okay. But with that information in mind, and I guess this is just, I'm not going to go into like a lot of other things, but if there are like trees or grass or other things, if I like break a branch, does it stay off, or do things like
It stays broke.
Okay.
It just seems like what you can infer from that is almost all the man-made items on the manor's grounds. You can smash them and they will just kind of slowly reform. You can clean them and then they will quickly become back to their other state of
Okay.
filth. or decay.
And I'll say one last thing because we're going to have a rest and I'll get my spell slots back. And how long does this go? As we're in that room and as we're leaving the manor and everything, I'm just going to fire off a detect magic and kind of concentrate on it as I'm walking around. It's up to 10 minutes. So as I'm just like leaving the manor and going to my post, if there's anything of note that kind of sticks out more so than anything else.
No. And what you do see is everything gives off a relatively dull but bright light of magic. Like, everything is magical here. Like, this entire place is just magic. But it's not like that overwhelming source of where you can point out and go, okay, there's something hidden in that box that's like a magic wand or book. It's like everything here is ingrained with magic, but it's just kind of
and it's like held within the manor. If I go outside the manor walls, or is like everything just in this realm has that faint like
once you step out of the manor, the walls of the manor, no. And then it's not. Then it's just kind of like, so normally it would just look kind of normal. You have that spell up and you look out and it's just like black, almost like looking in black and white. Like, it's just been sucked away.
Cool. Mitch, Oz is a Warforged.
What'd you say?
Oh, Mitch asked if Oz is an auto gnome. I said he's a Warforged.
Fair. Anything Ardmore, Midnight, or Oros would like to do?
Oros is trying to clean himself, although he is sauced, so who knows if he's doing a great job.
I think Ardmore will prestidigitate Oros in a sort of like, I'm tired of looking at this kind of way. And no, I think he will rest.
You hear footsteps and a young man with kind of floppy hair, kind of like got like a like a farmer's build, like farm strong type.
Mhm,
I don't look like a bodybuilder, but I can probably pick up a tractor.
mhm.
Comes in, he goes, here, you might need these. And he brings in a pile of blankets and a relatively nice set of pillows. I thought there was 4 of you.
Sorry.
I thought there were. Looks right. I thought there was 4 of you, but I only see 3.
The other one doesn't sleep.
Oh, okay. Can I take this stuff back then? This one, not all of it, just this one.
Sure, if you like. Or
Okay.
you could
Thank you.
thank you. That was very kind of you. Much appreciated.
Okay. Thank you. And he doesn't turn his back on you, and it's not like a fearful thing. It's almost like just get continually going, thanks. And like walks his way out backwards.
Mm.
And
Fine,
they look like they were made by hand, and they're very nice. Anything you guys want to do before you go to sleep?
No.
Just sleep.
Well, at least we get one fine thing out here in the barn.
All right, so you sleep. Morning in the rooster's call wakes you up. The big man comes in and kind of taps you with the end of his sheathed sword and says, "Rise and shine. Don't want the day to get away from you, do you?"
No. Mm.
He kind of looks at the bed linen that you all were given and says, I see Denton's been here.
Oh,
Young man, stronger than he is smart.
oh yes.
No. Yes, he was. Probably deferential, that one. Delightful.
He's going to push things too far very soon. He's going to end up with the dregs. Don't mention this to Master Van Hessen. He doesn't need to know about this. Agreed?
Certainly.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Excellent. Come with me. We'll eat in the mess. And he brings you into a mess hall, walks by where you're standing, Oz, and I don't suppose you eat, do you?
I do not require any food.
But do you enjoy it? It's a small pleasure here. Come on. And he kind of slaps you on the shoulder and leads you guys into the mess. And he has you all brought like a couple bowls. There's like one that's kind of like a meat stew. It smells pretty good. There's one that's like it's like a potato with gravy, and there's one that's like vegetables, root vegetables primarily. You watch as he pours a lot of vinegar on some of this and a lot of salt and pepper.
Mm.
Eat up.
So,
I'll taste it. Is it not seasoned? I'm assuming.
For lack of a better term, it tastes drab. Like it's not bad. It just tastes like the most. It looks really good. It smells really good, and tastes as mediocre as possible.
All right. Well, I'll follow his lead and do the same then.
He said he kind of looks around. He looks over his shoulder at the cook slaving away back there. He says, "Doug was a good cook. It's the food. Takes a little bit of time, but eventually it just loses its taste the longer you're here.
mm.
Doesn't matter what it is. I've eaten just about everything there is to eat in this God's forsaken land. It just But with enough vinegar, enough spice, enough salt, it's not bad.
Where do you get everything from? The food, the vinegar.
Vinegar we distill. One of the men in Tranquility does it. We have a few farms. We have a few meager animal livestock raised. Sometimes we go into the woods when we're very hungry and we have to hunt.
And this is Garrett, who's with us.
Yeah. Dicey thing hunting is in these lands. What you find out, the deeper you go into the woods, the more you aren't the hunter, but the hunted.
I was told you would have a map for me.
Ah! Are you sure you want to do this?
Yes.
All right. He slides it over to you, and it is a really, really pretty hand-drawn map. I mean, almost to the point where the ink feels like it's just getting fully dry. Talitha has a hand for maps and art. I don't know
Thank
why
you.
the Lord doesn't let her do more, but she heard you wanted to throw your life away, so she said the least she could do is make you something nice to look at as your last thing to see.
Yeah, I look at I look at Ardmore, I look at Oros and Midnight, and I'm just like, you all don't have to come with me, but I would very much like to find out what I can.
He looks at you and says, well, this one, he points at Ardmore. He's not going anywhere. He's going immediately up when he's finished eating to talk to the Lord Van Hassan.
You gonna let him talk to you like that, Ardmore?
No, I mean he's quite correct. The master would like a piece of my mind, if you will.
What I'm
This-
saying.
This one over here, Mr. Wemble, he has an appointment to keep with Mr. Tuma. There's work to be done. And this one, our little locksmith. Mr. Tuma has some plans as well. You two can go together.
All
Here, I
right.
thought you just named two people Tuma for a second.
No, it's the blacksmith.
There's not a Tuma and there is a Tuma.
It's a difference.
Atuma.
They're siblings.
Which now makes me wish that they would have got Arnold to play Namor. Imperious Rex. Atuma. We are indeed in the Domains of Dread. We're using a 4th edition little ditty. I think it was in Dragon Magazine. It was Dungeon Magazine, 2010. It's a Domain of Dread article called The Endless Road. And I really, really am a fan of it.
You just want to chop off our heads.
I mean, I'm not against that.
I'm not chopping off heads.
Yeah, Oz is just planning on going to the grave site, so wherever you guys want to start is fine. Or if anyone wants to come, you're welcome to.
I've got a meeting with a blacksmith.
All right then. Well, Ben, who do you want to start with?
Hey, Cassandra, I can't hear a word you're saying. I can see you talking.
Same.
Sorry, apparently I hit the button on my thing.
There's the thing. I think Spike wants to start with me. He really wants me to go outside the walls.
That's what I said. Every time Spike says something, I check the page to see if there's was another donation.
He's gonna wait till someone's outside.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
Look, if he wants all of our heads to get chopped off, we're going to do it one at a time. We're really going to rack up those donations. That's how I see it.
Hell yeah. I got plenty of villagers to put in the way.
Yeah, there you go.
That's it. All these
I
deaths,
keep
they're on
having to give NPCs names and jobs because the bloodthirst
go.
of the donators is high.
There you go.
All right, let's let's go to the blacksmith first. So Midnight and Oros, you leave with a few kind of the house guards. They take you to this very broad but short stone building, and with a thatch roof, and it's quite sprawling as there's a number of forges and furnaces built onto the side on the outside of this, and there is a dwarf with significant scarring on his chest, one of his arms and face. Who kind of sees these folks coming up and kind of gives them a very slow head nod and looks you two up and down. They basically say, Lord has demanded we bring them to you. He says you have some work for them. And he just kind of grunts. And then when they leave, he watches them kind of walk back onto the road and over. He looks at the two of you and says, what a bunch of twats. What do you do?
I'm an artificer. Are you familiar with the trade?
You're a fancy man. You do fancy.
You could say that.
Inlays. You're so fancy. You have tools. Can you work? Can you get sweaty? Can you pop chiz?
I've got the hands for it after the last few years.
Mel Brooks is in Tranquility.
I didn't even know who you were talking to for a second. I was like, what's going on?
He looks over at you and goes, oh, look at you. That's flap over there. Flammable. He walks around, he kind of fiddles with one of your feathers.
Swat his hand away.
Oh, don't get cheat with me. I'll get right when I He walks you guys in to his it's like a workshop. There's just tools hanging from a very short ceiling. Midnight, you almost have to duck in here. It's so short.
It's perfect.
There's a bellows that you watch him pull. Show me.
No, we'll have to fix that first. I don't have the time to work the bellows.
Show me what you do.
All right, so he'll draw up a little schematic of what he would do to make an auto bellows thingy, and then starts working away.
Singed on one side beard. He kind of looks at you and goes,
Save you a lot of time.
Spike, what did I do to you?
He looks at you and What you do? What you do?
I'm so insulted.
I'm just getting a piss.
I'm sure I have a practice lock in me, and I reach into. I have a coif of feathers, and I reach into my feathers and I actually pull one out that actually has the lockpick on my lockpicks on the end. A couple actually, and I quickly unlatch the lock.
He elbows you, Oros, a lot harder than he probably means to. Almost
yeah.
knocks the wind out of you, and he's like, "Look at it, look at it." All right. He brings you into another room, attached, and it's just full of wrought iron bars, cage work, and traps.
One within, or
no, they're just all sorts of devices, bear traps of different build, collapsing spike traps, all kinds of stuff. But he's actually you can see he's working on this kind of cage with a activation mechanism.
Okay.
You're not in here, though. Cage you up. You gotta stuff, but no one can hold them. I need a lot that won't break. Huh? You do it, eh?
I don't think I make locks from scratch. I open locks.
Oh, look, a key. I don't know, but look my box. You and make it. What do you want? Yeah. gestures over to Oris.
I don't even know what you said, Ben, to be honest.
So
I
you
agree
don't
with
know
Spike.
So you
I
don't
agree-
know what Tuma said.
No,
Maybe Oros can tell you because he overheard my terrible blubbering.
I agree with Spike.
And he goes over to the bellows and starts pulling that chain, and you get a chance to realize just how muscular this guy is.
I lean into Oris and I go, what does he want me to do?
Figure out a
He's
lock.
swole.
Figure out a lock that can't be destroyed.
But I don't make locks. I open locks.
Right, but don't you know the ins and outs of locks?
I've never taken one apart and put it into something else. Gonna have to study this.
Think of one you couldn't get past. If one such lock exists.
Yeah.
All right, Ardmore, you are brought into the study area, and there are different one than last time. It's a little smaller. There's a fireplace in it, and there are far more books. And a small tray of very delightful pastries have been laid out for you.
Oh, lovely.
There is a small, barrel, about this big, of what looks to be dwarven spirits that are quite old, and it's very small, glass to drink to sip them out of, and a box of cigars.
Lovely. Ardmore will help himself to the spirits and a pastry.
Pastries are actually pretty good. They're the sweetness you think if the things were dulled down would be cloying, because everything's kind of dulled down. You're like, this is actually very good.
He just puts a bunch of salt and pepper and vinegar on it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Savory. That's that umami I've been
That's good.
just after about 30-45 minutes, Van Hassan comes in and sits across from you. Not behind the desk, but actually sits in a chair across from you. I've done a little bit of reading, and it sounds as if you are beholden to something. That was where you gain your powers from.
No, I don't know if that's the case.
You're not a learned man, so you don't learn from tomes.
No.
Is it
not
in your bloodline?
It isn't. It's fully a.
So you are a functionary of another power.
No, to be quite honest, this isn't my first trip into the mists.
He stops, dead stops. He's kind of posturing and everything. He leans forward and steeples his hands and says, "I'm sorry, you've been elsewhere in these mists."
I have briefly. It was quite unpleasant. I bear the scars both in my body as he sort of awkwardly waggles some fingers on the metal arm, but it's janky. It doesn't work.
He looks at that and like he didn't notice it before, and this is the first time he's noticing it. And he just says, "That is fascinating."
Yes, well, I was the subject of some extreme experimentation, which was partially corrected and also gifted me with something a bit extra in my mind, which has granted me arcane abilities. I'm not beholden to it. I don't serve it, but it is there, and I'm aware of it.
I thought my library far more complex and complete than that. You are a mystery, Mr. Ardmore. We've had travelers from other lands within these mists stumble into Tranquility previously, but most of them arrive quite broken.
Mm,
or this is simply a passing phase for them.
sure.
They move through the mist. They leave back on the road into the mist, and we never see them again. I assume into the death. I haven't had someone repeat their visit.
Yes, well, not everyone learns their lesson, I suppose.
But you've traveled in these lands, so you've met others like myself who have become trapped and sorcelled by whatever this is, who are forced to endure.
Yes. Yeah.
How did you leave, if I might be so bold as to ask?
Um, to be succinct, I ruined the life of a domain lord who was cast out.
Interesting. Do you think this horseman is the domain lord here?
I don't know. The one I encountered seemed
So
far less.
if you ruined him,
Hmm.
we could all leave. We could go home. Go on now. Yeah.
It's entirely possible.
But I
I would imagine that
I
if
give you access to my library in its entirety. These are all tomes, both penned by my own hand, taken off of other such individuals who had gifts, abilities, spells, trinkets, bloodlines,
mm,
on and on and on, who made
Sure.
their way here.
Mhm.
Some killed by my hand, some killed by the horseman, some who killed themselves. But this library is a treasury of that information. Find a way to kill this lord so we can all leave.
Tell me, does this horseman, does it have a domicile? Does it have a home?
It rises from a grave, a pit on the edge of the river.
Hmm. I would like any information you have about this pit, this area. I
He waves
escaped
over
by
to a series of books that look like they were penned by Van Hassan.
escaped by ruining the life's work and domicile of the domain lord that had subjected me to some, as I said, experimentation. Seems the most promising lead.
Perhaps with your mind and history and my meager resources, we can both extricate ourselves from this hellish place.
Sure. Well, and he holds his glass up in sort of a cheersy fashion. He says, and then to never seeing each other again.
That is always the hope.
Mhm. Yeah.
I leave you to it. I'll have food brought up whenever you ring your bell. And he hands you a silver bell.
But lovely, lovely, perfect.
I'll have a room put together for you. You should be dwelling here from your henceforth.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you kindly.
Yes, yes, yes. Things to do. Have to ponder these events. And he gets up and leaves. God damn you, Nate.
Ring my bell.
All right. What is Ardmore looking for?
Ardmore is primarily looking for information about anything static related to this writer. In all of the stories he's heard from people, it's this sort of thing that appears out of nowhere, this sort of transient thing. But Ardmore wants to know he wants to know more about this pit, where it is, where it can
So
be.
you want to look at the history stuff, or do you want to look at Arcane?
He wants to look at I think he wants to look at history stuff. He's gotten the idea that a direct arcane approach won't work, but he feels like if he can, you know, strike where it lives.
Roll me an investigation check, please.
Okay. Oh my God. Come on. Wake up. Wake up, mouse. $18.
So it takes a little bit of time. There's a lot of like Eli Van Hassan talking about Eli Van Hassan. But you get to a portion where it talks about a time when Tranquility, and by the way, like you're even looking at some hand-drawn maps in these books, and Tranquility is kind of big. Like it's spread out, but it was kind of a big like township. And you kind of realize, based upon what you know it is now, it's quite a bit smaller. And they had a problem with a hydra. They only had 3 heads, but they didn't have anyone locally who could deal with it. So they offered a massive reward, and a group of adventurers came through. It was primarily one person, but there was a group with them. And they, hung around for a little bit, and they learned everything they could about this hydra. And after about 2 weeks, they hunted it down and they killed it. They brought the heads back as proof. Most of the group at that point moved on, but one stayed behind. And was kind of ingratiated themselves to the village. And at that point, the tone of the writing switches from, it goes from slight admiration, acceptance to annoyance. And about that point, there was about 30 pages that have been torn out of the book. When you pick back up, they're now in Tranquility. And it's mainly about the Horseman striking at when the moon is full and filling his bag with the heads who dare to tread outside the walls of Von Hassan Manor. And he goes on, and a little bit into it, you kind of notice that there's things about how Von Hassan knows and realizes that he and his daughter are not aging. They've stopped aging. And how that sounds great until like 300 years later, and they still haven't aged a day. And he's kind of haunted by the fact that it starts to go less to history and almost more to personal journey, and it does our journal, and not so much. It feels like it's someone who has no outlet to explain themselves, so they just are writing. And it's less of a coherent expression of someone's version of history and more starts to become just someone's ramblings. And it talks about how much Eli Van Hassan had before they left, and how his plans to take more land, to expand his burgeoning lordship, and all these plans he had, and how much he had control of these things, and how much now he has nothing, and how much he's forced to just deal with these people who stumble into his land, and how frustrating it is.
Interesting. I think Ardmore will he'll take a bit of a walk. He will
Ardmore goes for his walk, and he bumps into the Von Hassan daughter.
Oh, great! That's who I was supposed to go to. Over. Perfect.
Yeah.
So
I saw that you were in Father's library.
I was indeed. I was lightly distressed to learn that some of the books in there are missing pages.
Well, some history is not meant to be known. Some of it
Oh,
is.
is that so?
Some of it is. She kind of looks off into space and says, "Very private."
Do you know what happened to those pages?
Oh, he burned them, I believe. He may have eaten them.
Hmm.
They weren't
Do you-
for the eyes of others, I guess. Father
Oh.
is sometimes very strange.
Oh, sure. You know, the wealthy often get a bit eccentric. It's a bit one of our little foibles. Do you know?
Back before all this, we had so much coin.
Sure.
Literally could do whatever we wanted.
Mm-hmm. Now stuck here.
Tell me,
Nothing to do.
Mr. Sawtooth, have you ever had everything and nothing at the same time?
No.
Have you ever had everything that one could want and then had something of such value that it becomes priceless in your hands and only seen it be dashed before you?
No, not yet. I'm really hoping to do that in the future, though.
And realize just how much you've destroyed yourself and everything around you. Have you ever done that? Have you ever run afoul of your basest self and found something ugly inside yourself?
I haven't just yet. I believe I was supposed to the last time I was here, but it didn't take. So I'm on round 2. Now tell me,
You've been on the road before, but we've never seen you.
I've been on a different road.
You sit here. You've seen
Here
this.
in
Do you like gladiator movies, Billy?
here in whatever the mists take you to. It was a different land, but similar.
But there are other lands here.
There are.
I've heard stories by other travelers, and
Mhm.
I heard one from a man, a doctor, who was so cold and clinical, and I can recall sitting along the river with him, showing him where the horseman's grave is, and his grandfatherly demeanor, and I poured my heart out to him, everything. And he told me that all of us in these myths, every land, we're here for a reason, and we are paying penance. And I asked him what he was paying penance for, and he said for failing. And he found a way off of the road. And I forgot what I was saying.
It's an interesting tale. You began. You
Sometimes
Seems like
sometimes I write things down, but Father absconds with them. He says he just says.
are you? He takes them. Do you think he puts them in the library? Are you allowed to go there?
I think, she looks around, I think he destroys them.
Hmm.
I think Father destroys everything. I think he can't bear to see anything outside of his grasp prosper. I think if you prosper, Mr. Sawtooth, he will make sure you do not survive.
Oh, I think you're quite right. I don't intend to stay.
Hmm.
Did you ever read what was on some of those missing pages?
I've read everything. Some of it I've written. Do you think Father does his own writing?
Oh, certainly toward the end. The more modern writings are certainly in.
I've read every page of every book in that library at least twice. Some of it I think he wrote. Some of it I think something else wrote.
That would make sense. There's a tonal shift about where the pages begin to go missing.
She looks around and she gets very close to you and she says, some things can never be said, and some things can never be written down for others. They're secrets.
But what good is a secret if it stays a secret? That's no fun.
She kind of half smiles when she says, but what happens when someone finds your secrets and someone decides that you shouldn't have them anymore? And they take them and they take everything with them. And then you become complicit in things that... And she stops and she looks down. And it looks like she's going to cry for a second. She stops. She goes, oh, it's time for tea. I have to go. And she kind of skips off into the hallway.
Kiss her. Kiss her.
Are you kidding? She's way too old for me. She's like 6.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Ardmore's into them young chicks. They need to be no more than 115.
Yeah.
He's like the DiCaprio of dwarves.
I was gonna say, yeah. They're in triple digits. Get away.
Once they turn 109, he's like, oh, no, girl. We done.
I get older, but they stay the same age.
Yeah. All right.
Ardmore will spend a bit of time. He will want to locate where this grave is. And
You realize that it's the same place that Oz was headed to.
oh well, that's convenient. Sure. Ardmore will pack up for the day. He will go, assuming his room has been prepared, he will go
Yes.
To his room. He will freshen up. He will make himself at home, and then he will go find Oros at midnight.
Okay. Oz, you make your way like through these kind of little subsistence farms, these little serfdoms, and you head, and like people just kind of stare at you as you kind of march through these footpaths. And as soon as they kind of get an idea of where you're headed towards the river, they sort of just stop looking. But you and it, because I'm assuming you're taking it with you.
Absolutely.
You make your way down to the riverbanks, and you can see it. It's as if the ground and the trees around it have split open like a maw. There's bones around the sides of it, like scattered. There's rocks, there's roots, rotting tree. You make your way in, and there is a hole in the ground, about 15 foot by 15 foot. And at first it looks like a hole, but the closer you get, you realize it's an opening.
Yeah, let's get on in there. I cast light on my shield so I can see where the fuck I'm going, and I dive on in.
Just gonna slide down into the hole.
Yeah, well, I mean, so is there like a headstone or anything, or it's clearly just like an open grave that?
This looks like it was like a pauper's grave, okay. They just dug a hole and threw something in here.
Yeah, I would feel like enough was given to me by the people there about like he rises from the grave, all this stuff, that if there's no headstone, if there's nothing clear to kind of see other than a hole in the ground, I'm just diving in there.
You slide in and realize once you get down, it's about 10 foot in, how loose and wet and grimy, worm filled, and actually once you get your hands into this, dirt. Some of it's just blood. Getting out of this might be a problem.
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Is it like coagulated blood? Is it fresh blood? If I dig in here, am I going to maybe find some heads?
So when you like dig in a little bit, you just find parts. You just find bits, and it looks like kind of like before. It looks like things don't quite decay fully, like they stay in a perpetual state.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see like tiny candles, like the further you go into the tunnel proper, tiny candles that look to be made of human fat that are burning low.
Okay.
And there are, and you start to realize that the walls go from like mud into soft stone into actually they're just heads. The walls are just heads. All of them, their eyes opened. Some have their lips sewn shut, some don't, and their lips and eyes are moving, but nothing is coming out.
Okay. I continue on. There's nothing I can do for these severed heads other than find out what the origin is in here. I mean, is it like, does it come to like an end where it's just kind of like it
comes to like a circular end.
Okay.
In that end, you see a sword. It looks like the sword that you saw the horseman carry earlier. It's on a rough hewn stone, it's on a plinth, I would think. It's more like just like a flat, crudely constructed table.
Okay.
Sorry, chat's on fire again. And you see a piece of fine braided hair wrapped around the hilt of the sword. You see in a tiny I'm trying to think of it, not a hole, but like almost like a depression in the stone that's been carved out. There's a set of rings that have been forced to be intertwined, and you see armor on a makeshift armor stand. Make me an investigation check, please.
Sure. 18.
This is the armor of some type of paladin. You can't quite figure out what the symbolism is on the chest. It looks like some type of sunburst, but it's got a soft light blue glow to it. It's a full set, all the way down to belt, gauntlets, greaves, everything. And it looks pretty immaculate, but it's covered in like spider webs and dust. And last but not least,
everything else here, it's not like decaying or rusting or doing anything.
And last but not least, you thought it was some type of weird cloth that all this is resting on top of the stone table. But when you get close enough to touch it, it's tanned reptile leather. It's a lot of it. So whatever had this skin was very big.
So it looks like skin was shed?
It looks like skin was cut off and then tanned.
Okay. So do I think this is some sort of like golem?
No. You want to keep looking around, keep digging?
Yeah, yes, please. I'll expend a detect magic too, just to see if anything in particular jumps out, like an origin point or like anything.
The rings are definitely magical.
Okay.
So is the armor, and so is the sword.
Okay.
There's also something in the dirt behind, like buried in the ground, that is kind of radiating magic.
I'm getting in that dirt.
You start to dig it open, and you find, like, curled up in a fetal position is the horseman's body. And its leathers, it's just like curled up in a fetal position, no head. But it's like looks pristine. It looks like the exact same body that came after all of you.
Okay.
And that's when you hear the snorting and see standing in the entranceway the horse.
Okay. Let's see here. Any weapons that I have, I just lay down on the ground, making myself as least menacing as I can. And I just look at it, and I look at the horse, and I kind of gesture, and I tell it to go try to make friends.
What does it do?
It just kind of goes up, like, you know how animals, when they're trying to be kind of like, I just had my cat on me, when they're being submissive or playful, instead of just like walking straight up to you, they kind of do that like sideways, like not quite looking at you type thing. That's what it does. Just trying to get close to it, show that it's not going to hurt, and it's just like we're
the steed just kind of disregards it and just keeps looking over at you.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to do ye old How to Train Your Dragon, and I'm going to walk. I'm going to have the distance between me and the horse, and I'm going to put my hand out, and I'm going to look away.
It's
No, he's not.
It doesn't really seem to. It just seems to be watching you. It doesn't seem to be like interested in any, like. It's not even inquisitive. It just seems to be like waiting.
Okay.
It's like you do that and it just doesn't really do anything in response. It just kind of stands passively.
Okay. It's just there. Okay. All right.
And it didn't show up until you uncovered the
Until I uncovered the body. Okay. I'm gonna try something because this is what it does, or this is what Oz does. I'm gonna go over to the body. I'm gonna place a hand on it and see if the horse reacts.
The horse takes 2 steps forward, and the horseman's hand comes out of its form and grabs the edge of where it's been buried. It's almost like it's starting to wake up.
Okay. The body or the armor like makes its hand move?
The body.
The body does? Okay.
So the armor is like extremely nice, like plate. The horseman itself wears like leathers.
Okay. Okay. Let me look at those rings as he's moving a little bit.
Are you gonna take your hand off of him?
I'll take my hand off of him.
As soon as you do that, he curls back up.
Okay, he doesn't like that. I see. I'll let me look at the rings.
What do you want? What are you trying to discern from them?
Like, are they, so they're bound together? Are they like wedding rings? Are they like?
They are. It looks like they are potentially either wedding rings or engagement rings.
Okay, is there any writing or inscription or runes on them?
There is. Make me a history check.
Ooh, I'm so good at history. Please roll decently. Well, nope, that sucks. You know, what is it? $5 a reroll? Fuck it. I'm going to do a reroll. That's worse. I'm going to do another one because I'm sick of this shit. Okay, what's my 14.
It takes you a while to realize, like, to put it together. This is like some weird dialect of common you have not really seen before.
Okay.
But you're smart enough to kind of work your way through the process. So after about an hour, this is written in this is a declaration of love and loyalty from someone whose name has been scratched out to someone named Talitha.
All right. Cool. If I disturb the rings, does the body move?
Yes.
Okay.
More than when you touched it.
I figured so. Okay. Can I get on the horse?
You can certainly try.
I'd like to try. I'd like to attempt this.
Okay. Well, you head over to the horse and you put your foot in the stirrup and the horse just sinks away into the dirt. You turn and look, and the horseman is on the horse behind the altar. And the horse is kind of pawing at the dirt, and the horseman is like slowly turning itself like it's just a rose from I say
Yes.
name.
Correct.
It reaches down and it grabs the sword and it kind of twists its wrist.
Yeah.
Sheathes it in its sheath.
Okay. I have no weapons. I'm just gonna get on my knees and just kind of kneel there and try to speak to him. I just say, I am not here to take anything or attempt to harm you. I am just looking for answers and hoping that I may help. If you are in need of assistance, are you in pain or hurt?
It rides up to where you are and kind of does a circle around you. And you can kind of more than see it, just feel it. Because I'm assuming you're looking down. You're like not doing eye contact.
I mean, I'm watching to see what he's doing. I'm not just
Okay.
baring my neck. Like, I'm trying to be aware and observant.
It's almost like time speeds up and the sun goes down. And then
In Georgia?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And he chops its head off
Well, that's just fucking rude.
and then leaves you and gallops out of the hole.
What a dickhead. And I say, it did nothing to you, as he goes away. Did he take the rings with him?
No.
Is there anything
Just took
left?
The sword. The rings, the
sword.
armor, the hair braid. He only took the sword.
Okay. Okay, and he's gone?
Yeah, he's gone. It's nighttime. It's full moon time, baby.
Okay, wonderful. I am going to I'll come back for it. I know where it is. It's not going anywhere. Fuck this guy. I am going to take the armor. I'm going to take the rings, and I'm going to take
What's your alignment?
I mean,
Yes.
Oz is pretty neutral. I mean, he's probably neutral good just because he's been instilled these things about life has meaning. Like, he doesn't worship anything. He has his kind of own set of rules that were
When you try to don or take the armor, it burns you.
Ow.
You feel like this is like very much like you are the wrong alignment for this armor.
Well, fuck the armor then. I'm going to take the hair and the rings, and I'm going to make my way back to fucking Tranquility.
Okay. All right, so you start heading back. Oros, Midnight, and Ardmore, you're meeting. Let's say you're in the you're meeting in the mess hall. Get that sweet, sweet food. What are you guys talking about? What are you doing? Because it is now like getting dark out and the moon is on the rise.
Well, I'm surprised that Oz hasn't returned.
I'm not. He's probably dead.
It's highly likely.
I don't know what Fatho is, but sure.
Fuck around and find out.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Fuck around and find out.
Well, it's, you know, I don't think you're going to like this or
Andre
perhaps-
Rison?
Wow, that is a wild callback. I haven't thought about that since his house burned down. So
Is that dude even alive?
I don't know. Look, I don't know what we want to do here. I don't know if you want to make your little lives as blacksmiths or whatnot, but I would like to leave. And I was given access to the library, and I have reason to believe that the true problem here, the true thing keeping us here, isn't the Horseman. The true thing keeping us here is our apparent benefit. I believe that this Horseman was a hero, that the Baron, whatever you want to call him, killed him and assumed control. The domains don't like it, and that's why he's losing his land. He thought he would have everything he wanted, and he doesn't. There are pages missing of history, and the tonal shift between the former pages and the latter pages is quite sharp, as though someone else is writing them, I believe. Again, that is Van Hassan who's doing this. So, I don't
How do
think
you- How do you propose we resolve that?
well,
As you guys are having this conversation, Garrett walks up and sits down. He goes, "Well, how was the first day?"
oh, lovely, lovely. I have a nice room in the manor. I've been given access to the library. It's quite a plum position, honestly.
Congratulations. I think you're only the 5th person since I can remember who's been in that spot.
Oh,
Just be leery, Mr. Sawtooth.
mm-hmm. Sure, of course.
Mr. Wemble, Ms. Dreary.
Well, we're still alive. That's
Working
something, I
hard.
guess.
Oh, hardly working, is it?
Oh, hardly working. That's what they say.
Well, am I intruding upon a private conversation? You've all gone awfully quiet here.
Oh, no, not at all. Just recounting our days, common stuff. I think.
Did you know one another before you found your way here?
No.
No, not at all.
It's interesting how trauma will bond people together.
Truly.
It's the backbone of tranquility. You know,
Trauma.
I came here and I fought the Horseman.
Mm-hmm.
How did you survive?
Actually, originally I sought to not overthrow, not depose, but to force the Lord to see things differently.
Hmm.
And I swore if I couldn't kill the Horseman, I would bend the knee. I thought I'd killed him. He took all my men. I burned him until there was nothing left but ash. Within 30 minutes, he chased me back to the manor wall, and I begged to enter, and I swore fealty and kissed the foot as soon as I got inside. Do you know how often I've left these grounds since then?
0 times.
3 times.
3 times. What were the occasions?
3 horrible, horrible moments.
Hmm.
You've seen him up close. You can't kill something like that.
No.
So we're all just bonded here as we're stuck. Make the best of it.
Of course.
Well, I don't want to interrupt your meal.
Lovely to see you, Garrett.
But hopefully at some point we can continue our conversations. I would like to think of all of us as beyond neighbors, potentially friends at some point.
Of course. I would like that.
Stay within the walls tonight.
Certainly.
I am very sad about your friend.
It's unfortunate, but these things happen.
I admire the bravery. I bemoan
Sure.
the lack of common sense.
There's a fine line between bravery and stupidity.
He gets up and kind of walks away, turns like he's going to say something, and then he just walks.
More waits till he's far enough away and says, look.
Wonder if he had the chance to end this, if he would take it.
I think he would. I believe that Horseman is a spirit of vengeance. He can't be killed until he receives his vengeance. What we need to do is get the Lord outside of the gates.
But I suppose the question is, how do we do that?
You dabble in bits and pieces and chemicals, perhaps? Do you have access to sedatives, chloroform, anything?
Meat tenderizer.
Meat tenderizer.
Mostly I've been in the smithy. Nothing of that nature there.
No. Well, that would be the humane way to do it. We could just knock the fellow out and drag him out the gates, but I believe it would be difficult for us to do that without being seen.
Hey, Dungeon Master.
Yes.
If I'm aware that something came out of the box I had, is there a thought that something could go back in? But would it be like a spirit that would go back in, or would it be full form that would go back in?
Oh, it would be a spirit.
But what if it wasn't a spirit and what if it was a person? like what if it could we put Baron Asshole in there?
You could put his spirit in there.
But so if I were to let him out, then he would go back into his body?
With the right spells.
But if I let him out outside the fence, would the Horseman get him?
I couldn't tell you.
Let's find out.
I mean, that's my current thought of how to sneak him out. I'm just afraid if we let him out, then he'll just come back, like his spirit will come back through the gate and go to the body. That's
one thing Ardmore, based upon your previous time in the domains, is you do not kill a domain lord. You simply temporarily incapacitate them. And then you can leave. But once they are recoalesced, the borders close again. And if you're still there, then
he'll communicate that.
Then we'll just trap him forever in the box.
Your soul's in a box. Your soul's in a box, bitch.
I mean, we could simply kill the Lord or try. He won't be dead. He'll just be bothered for a time.
Do we have the skills to do that?
I don't know.
He seems to be immortal.
He does. That's why I think it would be best to get our headless friend to do the job for us. If you are up for it, I believe Yes.
Oh, Mitch.
That's already happened in the domains.
I'm gonna play the flute while I loot this dead kid's body.
Look, I have the ability to put someone to sleep through arcane measures. It doesn't always work, but it typically does.
Okay, well, you guys figured that out.
Mhm.
Oz, you're chug-a-lugging back. You can hear the bells going off in these outskirts. And you watch as the horseman burns a house down. Just burns it down. And you see him far enough ahead, he drops a couple folks, just kills a couple, takes their heads. But he is headed towards the manor.
Me too.
Yeah, I don't think you can keep up with the horse, but you're cruising along.
Yeah,
pretty
that's
well. You're
my.
busting your ass.
Yeah, I'm the little warforged that could. You're damn right, Spike. Yeah, I'm making my way up there. I'm about to. I'm going to confront the Baron about these rings and shit that I just found.
You guys inside the mess hall start to hear screams, and a flood of people start coming into the mess hall. And Garrett's kind of like ushering people in, like this happens all the time.
Shouldn't they have known he was coming already? It's a full moon.
There's always hope, and some people don't want to leave their homes. He has burned them down before. He can't be reasoned with. He can't be stopped. He's a disaster.
Well, distressing.
So he gets to the manor and he just starts riding around it, like almost like he's probing it for a way in. Oz, you get there probably 15 minutes after, and you find two bodies on the immediate road there, both missing their heads.
That's right.
You can hear him, and like I said, you can feel those hoofbeats, but you don't see him. But you can feel that he's close when you get to the gate.
If he runs up on me, he didn't do something to me before. I don't know if that was just luck on my part, but since I have this stuff, that's my main goal. If he cuts me down, he cuts me down. Clearly there's nothing I can do about it. I can't fight him, so I'm just going for the thing that I can do.
So you get there, and like there's some troops out there, and Garrett is with them, and he looks at you and he says, "I'll be thrice damn you're still alive. I don't know how you did it."
I have business with the Baron.
The Baron generally is inside. Do you have news? Did you learn something?
He'll want to see this, and I show him the rings, and I show him the inscription of Talitha's name and the other part scratched out.
He looks at it and he goes, "I don't know what any of this is. I've done. What is this?"
One of these was meant for his daughter. I think he knows something he is not telling us.
I'll accompany you. And he looks at the men, he kind of tells them something, and you and he go in. You guys see Oz and Garrett make their way inside the manor. What do you want to do?
We follow?
You should follow. I think Ardmore is going to. Yeah, Ardmore will follow also.
Okay. You guys go in. Talitha and Eli Van Hassan are sitting in a room with a fire upstairs and looking out the window, like watching out the window as like this is unfolding. Garrett knocks on the door and he says, Van Hassan says, "What?"
Oh, I don't knock. I just fucking go in. Like he knocks and is trying to be polite. I enter.
He like looks over his shoulder and he says, "What do you want?"
I think there is something you need to explain.
He kind of laughs and he says, "I don't explain anything."
Perhaps your
do you
daughter
want?
then will. And I walk up and I just put the engagement rings on the table in front of both of them. I found these in the gravesite of the Horseman. Why is her name on an engagement ring?
She like looks at the rings for a while. He just kind of keeps looking outside. And she picks them up and she stands up. And she looks at you and she shoves you. She says, "How dare you? How dare you throw something like this in my face? Something you know nothing about. How dare you dig into my pain? How dare you attempt to besmirch my name, to besmirch the name of my father? You come into these lands and we give you succor and safety, and you simply attempt to destroy us? And you do so by taking the thing that hurts the most, something you know nothing about,
Why don't you
and you
explain it to
cut
me?
me with it and pour salt in the wound. I don't owe you an explanation of the worst moment of my entire life. I don't owe you anything. I'm sure you can't understand this because you don't have a fucking heart. But those of us who live and breathe do. And we have suffered. And I'm not going to listen to this." And she grasps the rings and she storms out. Van Hassan is just kind of leaning there. He kind of looks over a shoulder at you. "I'm afraid that you have mistook my kindness and my willingness to take you in for weakness."
I'm afraid that you have lied to me and the other people of your city.
"I'm a leader. Leaders have to lie. It's part of our nature. Ask your friends. No one comes here without reason. I just hadn't figured out what your reasons were yet. Every single person here," he looks at Garrett and points, "all of you are here for a reason.
What is your reason?
Or maybe you'll live just long enough to find out."
Why don't you tell me?
"Because I don't have to. Because this is my land." And he stands up. And for a moment, he feels 10 foot tall and fucking bulletproof. "I want you all to make me wisdom saving throws."
Ew. Ew.
I really should have given myself high wisdom. Or not. Natural 20.
Also natural 20.
Wait, you both got natural
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
20s?
Yeah.
Damn.
Good, that'll cancel out my natural 1.
Ooh.
And it's probably because, what'd you get, Midnight?
18.
You're good too.
That's fine.
It's probably because
Wait, what was that?
That was my natural 20 picture.
Oh, you're natural
it's
20.
probably because the primary source of his ire is Oz, that it hits you the absolute hardest. But it was like almost like the room becomes too small to contain this person. They feel otherworldly to a degree where the veneer of civility and humanity is ripped away, and you're looking upon something you should not be seeing. And it fucking terrifies you. The rest of you, it hits you for a brief moment. Garrett got it too. Garrett literally walks backwards out of the room, trips and falls. Like he's like, "Oh my God." And then Von Hessen straightens his shirt, kind of settles back, leans against his desk, and says, "Well, I think what we've got here is a easily solvable situation.
Hell yeah, that communicate.
Your friend, who currently is too scared to speak, has done something horribly violating to myself and my daughter. I'm giving you three the opportunity to make that right." you can just take him over the gate. Then we'll call it even. Hell, I'll even promise you that I won't even go looking into the reasons you found yourselves here. I'll give you that autonomy. And we can continue upon our fruitful business.
It's a very tempting offer you make, but it feels awkward to make it in here. I suggest we take this outside. Ardmore cast suggestion on.
All right, what do I have to roll for that?
It is a
Wisdom
wisdom save.
Failed as shit.
I rolled real fucking bad. I rolled a 2, which puts his saving throw at not high enough.
I thought you were going to say like 23.
No.
Gonna plot.
Just shy of 32.
However,
Yeah.
I am going to use a lair action and give him an auto save.
Uh,
Because
no, I want to make him re-roll.
well, it does. I
He's just
yeah, I
he's
used
just
an
auto
action. That I
succeeding.
can just
Yeah, the
repeat.
lair action is just like you overcome it. Bosses suck balls.
He says he like goes, maybe you're right, Mr. Sawtooth. He starts to walk in and he like kind of stops and shakes and he says, Oh, Ardmore.
This is a good trick. You have to give it to me.
I did enjoy it. It's one of the very few times where someone has thought out that so eloquently with a twist of phrase. Garrett, kill him. And Garrett gets up and he just like grabs his sword like he's not sure what to do. And he says, I said, kill him.
What if I try to charm person,
On who?
the benefactor?
You can certainly try.
I mean, a crit's a crit's a crit, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because also we have like a minute.
We have 9 minutes. We have 5 minutes.
4 of us are the next thing at 10.
Oh, I'm ready to go with Connor. I'm set.
Is-
Um,
Does this room have a lot of alcohol?
you have to make a
It
wisdom
has
saving
a
throw.
little bit of alcohol, but the big thing is it's got a lot of windows.
You have to make a wisdom saving throw. So we have to hope he rolls real bad because my wisdom's.
I rolled a nat 20 this time. From a 2 to a 20.
You're just gonna make me pay you to re-roll you, aren't you?
I mean, you can. That's right. I might as well be your personal Eli Van Hassan. I do what I want until I'm stopped. I'm a goddamn domain lord.
You are.
The jig is up. The truth is out. They finally found me.
I'm gonna cast catapult on a tray of booze and shoot it into the fireplace that I'm assuming is here
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
and lit.
Yep, it was definitely burning. Do it up.
So I mean that's the fireplace would make a dex save.
Oh no. The fireplace rolled a 7.
Fireplace rolled a natural
Explode.
20.
The room is now
Filled the
on, the
alcohol.
room is now on fire.
I mean
But
Ardmore mentioned
one thing-
fire.
One thing notice is it's like the fire is burning, but it keeps like going out and spits. And when it does, like it's burning a curtain, but as it's burning
Oh,
it
that's
up,
right.
the curtain starts to reform.
Damn it.
And he looks at you and he says, "You too, Mr. Wemble? You too.
It's worth a shot.
Please tell me, Ms. Drury, that you are not going to fall in the same category as these two men. Make the same mistakes. I'm offering you a home." Garrett finally, like shakingly, pulls his sword out and he looks at you three. Are you four? And he's like, I don't know what to do.
Ardmore says, Garrett, sleep it off. And he casts sleep.
It's a wisdom save?
No, I just do a certain number of hit points.
How many hit points?
26.
He's got more than 26 hit points.
Damn it.
What would it take,
I think
Ben?
that's the same thing you rolled last night with with
I missed by like 3 hit points or something. Yeah, I was like,
Oh,
You're
would it take-
fired.
What would it take, Ben, for me to have said, "I've gotten the box open during the day."
It
Unlocked.
would cost you a flashback.
How much is a flashback?
Was it
I
10
believe
bucks?
it's $10.
Okay, flashback.
What did you do to open that box? How did you do this?
I just spent a shit ton of time sitting there staring at it, trying to figure out its inner workings because it's. I mean, I got it open once before, but I
God
had to just
damn
get
it.
it. I mean, it's
God.
something I did once because I let something out, but so I just had to repeat what I did.
So
remember
you
what I
crack
did.
the box and it opens up and it just starts to like the room starts to swirl in like oh God, what's the word I'm looking for here? All of a sudden words are going away from me. Ectoplasm and light. How are you putting him in the box?
I assumed he was just going to go into the box,
Permanently.
like because it's a small box. I can't physically put him into the box unless the box
How
pulls
are
him
you
in.
how are you forcing him
Oh.
to eat the box?
The box. My hope was is I would walk up to him and be like, "I figured out a lock today for
And
you,"
just poke him with it.
and then I just open the box right in front of him.
Okay, then you can make me a performance or deception check. Because he's a little bit more on edge now that almost everyone has tried to take him out.
I'm skilled in deception, so
Ardmore, make me a
he's out of the box.
dex saving throw
Mhm.
at a +1, please.
All right, that'll bring me up to 0 for my dex save. Look at me.
No, it's just a +1. You're rolling for somebody else.
Oh, then it's 20.
Okay. Garrett like kind of stumbles backwards and it looks like he's gonna fall down the stairs and he just grabs the last minute. He looks at you and he's like, fine, and pulls his sword out.
Hey Ben,
Yes.
check your phone.
Why?
Just check it.
I want to
Check your messenger.
Oh shit. Crit.
I rolled a crit.
All right.
He looks at you and he goes, finally, someone of some vision around here. Someone who understands. And you open it up and he goes, oh no. And he literally gets sucked into the box.
See, pretty.
His body and all, or just his spirit? Nice.
That was such a high roll that even Spike will get in the box. What are you doing with the box?
I am gonna walk outside and give it to the horseman.
You start to walk outside, and I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, goodness gracious. Not trained in that. No, I got 16.
You barely avoid a vial of acid thrown at your face
From who?
from Talitha,
Okay.
standing and now in the doorway. And she's like, you can't. You can't. He's my father. If you give that to the horseman, everything I sacrifice is for nothing.
Does the sacrifice include all of the townspeople that you let die?
Yes. Because they don't mean anything compared to what I had to give up, to what I had to say, to what I had to do for him. And she points to the box.
Explain it to us.
He made me lie.
Oh, boo-hoo.
And for the things I said, they drug my love through town. They beat him. They broke him. They burned him. He just kept praying and begging me to tell them the truth. And then they hung him. He didn't die. So they cut off his head. My father said that if I didn't do this, that we would lose everything. That I would have nothing. At one point he said he would just kill me himself. He was the best person I'd ever met, and I loved him more than anything. And that's all. If you give him that, then all this could go away, and I'll never be able to pay penance for what I did. I'm here for a reason, and I deserve to be here. I deserve to suffer. And if you give him the box, I'm afraid that I won't be able to suffer anymore for what I did.
It seems like losing everything is the penance that you would require. Midnight, give the horseman the box.
She looks at you and she just, rather than aggressively grabbing you, she just softly grabs you and she just says, please.
You made a choice. You did not have to lie. You chose to do so.
I don't
Stop blaming others for your choices.
I don't know what comes next.
Time to find out.
What do you do at midnight?
I look at Ardmore and Oros too and see what they think.
Give him the box, Midnight.
Okay.
She just
That's for me.
collapses. She just collapses and puts the rings on her finger, reaches into her pocket, pulls out a knife and cuts her own throat.
See, it's working out already.
She'll be back.
And you, as you walk over, you slowly watch the blood pull back into her body and the wound slowly knit itself back. The horseman stands on the edge now off of his horse as he's watching you approach.
Should we bring Talitha?
I know, I was trying to figure out if I could get her in the box too.
I'm inclined to just bring her along. Because if she feels like she has any penance, she could at least apologize to this horseman.
Sure.
If she wants to make anything right. Yeah, I'll bring her. Fuck it,
Bring her up.
bring her along.
Okay, you just push her outside the...
I don't push her. I'm not an asshole. Like, I'll lead her out, have her by the shoulders, and I say, if you want to make penance, you should apologize and say what you did.
You're saying this and like you're watching her vocal cords stitching back together and her neck slowly closing back up.
Yeah.
And you hear her, or you watch her, she steps out beyond the gate and she just says, I loved you, and he cuts her head off. He doesn't even pick it up. He just chops it right off.
Good.
And he throws its body down at your feet. Because you took the head, but you left the body.
I didn't take
like,
anything of it. I was just going to
get it. He gives you all of it.
Thank you.
And now he puts his hand out for the box.
Give him the box.
He crushes the box in his hand, and you watch Van Hassan's spirit like screaming as it's shredded into pieces in the air, and the mists flow over the entirety of where you're standing. And what do? Do you stay where you're at, or do you walk into the mist?
Oh, I'm running.
You run.
Yeah, I go into the mist. Yeah.
Yeah. Miss brought me here. Miss will take me out.
Ardmore?
I'm sorry.
What do?
You
Do
run
you
into
stay
the
or do you go into the mist?
Oh, he goes into the mists.
All right, real quick. Midnight, where do you end up?
Back home.
Back in Ravnica?
Yeah.
Okay. You walk out of the mist and you find yourself inside the temple. And there's a few of your former compatriots, and they're trying to figure out how to get the broken key out of the lock. You walk over, you look at it, and they kind of look at you both like hope, but also frustration that you did this. And you ask for tools, and you spend 2 days of hard work without rest, without food, without drink, and you are able to undo the key, pull it out, and reset the lock. And when doing so, you have a moment, like as the lock tumblers open before you reset the lock, where you have a vision of your family at peace where they're supposed to be. And that's when the lock closes once again. Oz, where do you end up?
I end up in Ural's chamber, right in front of him.
Okay, so the mists open up for you, and you literally just walk out of an overturned brazier.
Oh, yeah.
And you see a bunch of blood of all. It's almost like you were there and you disappeared and you're right back, like no time passed. Like they're looking for you outside, and all of a sudden just Jason Voorhees sees inside the building. You look across and they hear the metal click clacking against the stone, and they turn around just as it just pounces on one of the cultists and just decimates him.
Fuck yeah.
Cultists like start to pull out their blades. They're like, look unsure, and Ural is quickly thumbing through a spell book trying to figure out something, and you just march through these guys. Like they stab you, and
I
you
take
just
out-
let them. And
I
you're just
take out the
breaking them.
pistol that I took from the lady, and I put it right up into him, and I say, "You lied to me. Goodbye." And
He
I
says,
fucking
"Give me
shoot
well,
through
like
the
he
amulet.
thinks the blood of all guy is talking to him because like he's looking for a spell to kill you, and
Oh, yeah.
you like are just they're stabbing you and you're just killing them as you walk by, and you put the gun up to him and he thinks it's one of his underlings, and he hears you. He looks up and you pull the trigger and he's just dead.
Oh,
And
yeah.
you're standing in the middle of this kind of tower that you realize with a little bit of work could be something. And these lands don't have to lay fallow forever. And just because blood was spilled here doesn't mean you can't make something good here.
I love it.
Oros,
Back in the ruins that I left.
back where?
In the ruins I left.
You find yourself on your back with stones all falling all around you and one on your leg. And you know you're hurt. But you also feel that you were holding two children in your arms and you've protected them from being crushed. And people are kind of finding area, pulling them out. Shockingly enough, there are very few injured people. In fact, you're one of the worst injured people. And they've got another gnome in chains. And as they're dragging away, he's like, I'll never forgive you for killing my children. You should have died here. You should be dead. And if they don't kill me, I'll just keep coming. One of the local leaders from the gnomes clan that you're from says, we found the keystone in his hands. I don't know you were building here, Oros. Whether it was a monument to your failures or some way to recognize what you did wrong, or if it was simply a memorial to those who passed away. He looks around and he says, but if you were doing something truly meaningful here, come and see me and we'll help you restart.
You'll see it when I'm done.
Don't let your hubris end your life like it did those other people. Learn from your mistakes for once. And they help you, they carry you off to be healed. Ardmore.
Ardmore.
I have an idea where I feel like you should be, but I will let you tell me because I have a real good idea, but
I'm curious to hear your idea, but I will tell you mine. Ardmore emerges from the mists in Eberron, near the top of Sharn, at the entrance to a dragon's palace.
Okay. So Ardmore, you walk into this dragon's palace in Sharn. And the more you walk in, the more it feels like you're walking through a facsimile. This looks like a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of Sharn. And as you walk in, everyone's bowing. Most people aren't even making eye contact with you. And they're like, Lord Sawtooth, we didn't know you were coming. We thought you were delayed. The preparations are still in process, but we have the dinner, the ingredients ready for you, just as you specified. They pull out a absolutely gorgeous tray of fine utensils, and they lead you into a room, and you see the watch captain and the watch captain's confederates from Baldur's Gate all hanging upside down. And they say, all hail Lord Ardmore Sawtooth, the gracious. May you feast well. And the mists close around the door, and Ardmore realizes he's found a very, very interesting new home and a very, very new interesting hunting ground. And he sharpens his tools, and a soft but gleeful grin crosses across his pearly white teeth. And the sonorous sounds of screams and pleas for mercy go from din to murmur as we wrap up Domains of Dread. Did that work for you, Brian?
Yeah, that works. That works.
I kind of immediately I was like, oh, Ardmore Sawtooth's a fucking domain lord. I'm sorry, but that motherfucker's bad dude.
Are you Hannibal Lecter?
I kind of thought of you like a little bit of Hannibal, but not quite. Like more like a medieval Hannibal Lecter. Kind of in the vein of, what's her name? Elizabeth Bathory almost, but less insane.
I feel like he's not like Lecter as much as he is like he is very much like he's all about efficiency, man. Efficiency, profit. Like, you know, we put bodies in the ground. Why?
Wow. It's all
So
meat.
much good meat there.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, if we eat the bodies, they'll still end up in the ground in a much more digestible form. So why not profit?
I want to say thank you to everyone who tuned in and watched. I want to say very much a huge thank you to anyone who donated or will donate in the future.
I owe you $10.
If you enjoyed Domains of Dread in any way, shape, or form, if you liked kind of the horror end of things, let me know. And maybe we'll do one where Intrepid Adventures go to the sovereign state of Ardmore Sawtooth's home, and we can get Ryan and I to co-run something. Because I would really love to do that, because I really fell in love with Ardmore Sawtooth more than I realized during this game. Just the idea. And please go to whatever is streaming next everywhere.
Tales from the Loop is the only thing that's going on. As soon as
on
we
the
go over.
main.
I gotta change my clothes.
I'll be back.
I know. I was like, I could go to the bathroom real quick.
Cassandra, get
I'll
ready
be back
for
at like
Connor.
1 a.m. I'll be back at like 1 a.m. for Spoopy Boys watch along. I'm not sure what we're watching. Maybe El Santo movies.
Nice.
You're more than welcome to join us and talk a bunch of shit and hang out. All right. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Ben.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.